Welcome to another edition of the Sunday Night Hang. I know you're probably expecting to see Ben. He's kind of let me come on here. He was going to take another week off. And so I wanted to, for him, thank everyone for all their thoughts, their words, and everything. And he just kind of wanted me to come on and kind of rep our other show, because you probably see me from NASCAR, my co-hosting sometimes, guest hosting on here with him. And then my other show, my cornhole show, as everyone knows. And so we wanted me to talk to you about the musicians and how you can go and be able to play cornhole between sets, before your shows, and kind of just get into the fun with it, because you can have the beers and
Doug, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just
not your show,
talking.
Dude. What's up?
I thought I could. It was just kind of the Sunday nights are kind of open, so it's just kind of started.
Can't tell you're a Coombs.
Well, kind of, yeah.
No. This is Mama's show.
Why?
Well, it's a big deal. And, we got to show up, but, it's not about
what the heck is going on here? I go to the room.
I don't know. Doug was all involved.
It wasn't me. I just started it.
Just saying.
See, I walk away for 2 minutes, to get the good stuff, because Ma used to like the good stuff on occasion. I'm just saying. And
right.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Hang. Doug already said everything. We're here to talk about Ma tonight. Big fan of music, good stories. We'll probably laugh, cry, have all that fun. And we have a couple other people joining in as well. I'm going to bring in, we've got Terry's Triple G's. Hang on, I got to switch around. There we go. Sorry, there. See, that's right there. Yep. And Terry's been a friend of the channel, for a long time. You folks know that. And of course, then we've got Tommy Boy. Now, see, again, it wants my sister to be last. And now we got Doug in the middle. Sure, that's okay. Because you know what? And, I just see one special shout out in the chat. And I'm going to put this up just before it goes away. We saw this happen before the show even. Oh, I can't pin it. Can I pin it? Thank you, Randy Crooks, for the contribution. Do appreciate that, brother man. But we have cousin Kelly in the chat, and she's saying happy birthday, Doug. So yes. So it technically, yes, it's 99.9% about Mom, but we got to give Doug a slice. He's like,
happy birthday.
I thought the countdown was all about it. It was like I hit the countdown and it did a countdown.
Right.
So that was about me.
Right.
There we are. It's going to be a lot of this tonight. That's fine.
Siobhan's in the chat too.
Awesome. Yes, I was going to say, I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm going back as far as they can. So how about everybody? I noticed the new thing with the YouTube algorithms there, folks. If everyone shout out where they're tuning in from, because that'll flood the chat and it looks at those things. It'll tell me during a live stream, hey, at this minute, holy crap, everybody was Chatty Cathy's. So we've got Music Therapy Laz. Lonnie is in the house. Lonnie Zamarippa, I think. Probably not. But sure, we'll go with that. There's Randy Crooks, the wild man out of Des Moines. I say Des Moines. I know he's outside of Des Moines, but close enough. The time we did a Sunday Night Hang, he was on here. We got the Feel Button, Martin Lemaire, Craig Tolmanson, Terry's 3Gs. I don't know why he's in here. Sure. Grumpy Mike Guitar, Absolute Mayhem, who was going to join us, but he's got issues in the tissues. So we don't know what's going on there. So well wishes. JP Page 2.
I kind of thought you were going back to the last Connect show there, Ben, with the issues and the tissues.
I just heard tissues, and I don't want to touch that.
No. Tone Bolts is here. Mars Man, the mayor of Marseille. My lovely sister Amanda. Hey. Paramutant. Lovely Sandra is here. Fruitcake Tony. Awesome. John, ZD351. Cushman NYC. Young Mr. Alex Radford. Dan in New Jersey. Well, burps. Yeah, that's okay. 5.5. How are we 5.5 minutes in? And sure.
Because Doug ran his mouth.
That's true. Terry Himes. No. Hip Metalworks tuning in from the West Coast, which is the best coast and also the left coast. Thomas Santiago. Sis, hit it.
Thomas Santiago.
Perfect. There we go. Ryan Eck. Sean Zimmerman. Ben Tom. Jose Benito Martinez Jr. Ray Vanzini. Brian Landreth. Brad Miller. Of course, we prefer to call him B-Rad Miller because he's...
Or my favorite Miller.
Driddle. Oh, hey. Mickey Studelmeyer. Kelly Denise. Cousin Kelly.
Kelly Denise.
My twin cousin.
That's right. Bowden McAllister. Just woke up and he's here. Awesome. Let's see. Who else do we have in here? Man, we got a lot of chat to get. And I haven't even seen a place of origin yet. So that's how far behind I am. Did we mention?
You're way behind.
Okay. That's fine. There's Bruce. Never quite know how to say your last name, Bruce, but Bruce is here and that's awesome. Thunder Falcon.
I love that name. Thunder
How can you not
Falcon.
say it like that?
Oh my god, it's awesome. I want it on the back of a t-shirt with like a falcon and lightning.
Saturday mornings at 10:30 a.m. Thunder Falcon.
Right?
It sounds like a Japanese cartoon.
See the beast.
Converted
It's
over.
all about product placement. There's cousin Vaughn. Good to see you, cuz.
Hey, is this a new feature, Ben? I hear your sister and Terry in my right ear and you and Doug in my left. It's really cool.
I'm kind of feeling that. I thought it was something wrong with my head.
No,
well,
I thought
we're in stereo now. We're in stereo, so we're truly doing a round table for the headphone users.
Like when I hear Terry, he's to the correct side.
Right.
The correct side.
The correct side.
The correct side.
But I'm on the incorrect side.
You're always on the incorrect side, sis.
Actually, you know what? I hear Ben and Amanda through both ears. I hear Terry in my left and Tom in my right.
Okay, so I hear Doug kind of in the center, Ben's in my left, and Amanda and Terry are hard right.
You know what? I'm going to get back to the shout-outs. We have 89 people today.
Sorry.
Oh.
Because I want to give everybody a shout-out. Because, let's be honest, Mom would be pissed if I didn't.
She would.
There's big, holy crap, I just
Carry
skipped
on.
to the end.
Carry on,
Pete
Sergeant.
Brown, Big
Do I need to get a pillow?
Murphy, Mitch Heyman's here, George Bedar, Thomas Santiago.
I'm not really looking.
Dang,
I'm
okay.
being a
Sure.
dean.
Lonnie, you know, I think we're going to get lit tonight because Mayhem did that too. Can I show? It won't let me. It shows it up top, but it won't. I have to find it in the chat to throw it up there. Hey, there's a good friend, Metalhead Hippie, one of the true good. Wow, it's in teal. Do you notice that, Tom? Look at that teal.
I see that. I like it.
That's Mom's favorite.
That's my favorite color too.
Nice.
Really? Nice.
Oh yeah. I
There's
have a
Rob.
full, Ben, your
Come
sister
here.
doesn't know I have a full stack in teal. She didn't know that?
Oh, I know that.
No, your sister didn't know.
No, my sister.
No.
She might have known. Brisley Adams, Janice is here. Lawrence is here. LPD Pedals, Robert Metzenberg. There's Sue Mullings. Hey, Mom, as well.
Ooh,
Oh, you can't see the cabinet because it comes out of the
everybody here. I'm really not
Army
watching.
of
I gotta pay
45,
attention.
Mark Randall, evening from Atlanta. Awesome. Mickey, Deja Voodoo, Randall Fisher, Brad Miller, Joe Strobe, good to see you. Terry Hines, Mark So's Images, Charleston 5M. Paul Gravel is in the house. Paul,
Yes, he
we
is.
need to get together, Paul, because Paul.
We found an old picture of you.
Yeah, first of all, we found a picture with you, like hair about half as long as this, and
So much hair.
Paul, I heard rumor that he's been putting together these parts casters, Tom, up around the nation's capital. And Dad asked me, he goes, "Do you might have any extra parts laying around?" I said, I might know where there's some fender parts. So we got Red Rover, the effing Game Cat. Yo, first time viewer from Santa Cruz, California. Welcome.
Well, didn't you pick a freaking awesome night?
That's right. William De Silva's here. Regard the original Paramute. All right. Daniel Horsley. There we go. Boom. There's Mayhem. Boom. There we are.
Ah,
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Okay. Bowden's in Australia. That's right. That's great. Oh, geez, he did it again. What's going on here?
Are you like new to
You have
StreamYard or something?
I'm trying to catch up. And then there's another one, Doug.
You guys, honestly.
Wow.
This will be going towards like day-to-day operations of life, and I did yeah. Geez, if I could talk. I need some conversation lubrication here. What I'm trying to say is several people have reached out over the last week and a half.
Wow.
And damn it,
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, cool!
Nice.
That is awesome, dude. One of the OGs of the channel, Eddie Van Haskell and the
Yeah,
Han
yeah.
36 Solo as well.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So cheers.
Old school.
Salute.
Oh, hold on, I gotta switch.
96
Woo.
watching.
Ow. Yes, 96 watching. Wow.
I'm drinking mom's wine in mom's glass with ice.
Yes, I would have, but I can't stomach cold white wine.
I don't like wine not cold.
Stephen Douglas.
I chilled it the Canadian way. I stuck it on the back deck.
Nice.
Tommy boy.
I'm just doing a little math.
That's
I
my
was trying
favorite
to do-
number, 5. Just saying.
I just had to do some math. I saw it in the chat, so.
Dang.
That's cool.
All right, so we're gonna break the normal rules of every time there's a donation that I take a shot of the good stuff because I'll be passed out back here in about 15 minutes otherwise.
Not even.
Dude, I'm already
I
starting
got
beer
whiskey,
too.
but I'm not drinking it.
And
If I
you're
drink
just
whiskey
done like
tonight, I
all
won't
the
get up with the
intros.
kids.
All right, so let's get to mom.
I might have
by
a
the way,
whiskey.
yeah, one other side note: we do have mom's favorite guitar out,
Nice.
Yay!
all polished up and ready to go. And okay, so the last time that guitar was out of its case. Damn it, Laz, you're killing me. I love it.
Damn it! Go darn it! You're going doing it again.
And yes, because mom would like it if you did ask any music-related questions tonight and stuff. But check this out. So last time this guitar was out of its case was the Mother's Day special. Perfectly in tune. Are you kidding me?
Sit down.
Sounds great. Which acoustic is that? What's the make?
Presses all to help.
What brand acoustic is that? I remember you showing it before, but
Oh, this is around a 1972 Martin D28.
I was
Which
gonna say
I'm
it sounds like a vintage Martin. I was wondering. I was like, damn, that sounds really good.
Yeah.
Customized sound by moi.
Selfishly, I was asking if I could find something. I was, wondering if I can find something new that sounds that good. And then when you said the year, I'm like, yeah, that's out of my price range.
You know what's crazy, Tom? That thing doesn't even have a truss rod in it.
Made it right. They made it correctly.
Dang. 6-string Brian. Thank you very much,
Hello.
sir. So yes, anybody that wants to, mention something that will jog a memory, that's cool. Yes, and also on the channel there are 2 Mother's Day specials with Mama, so check them out, folks.
Pay attention.
So yeah, we're going to talk about various things on that front. Where do you start, sis? Where do you
What?
Where do we even
Where do I
start?
start about mom? Well, I
Like,
had a picture I brought with me. It's crazy.
yeah, like
It was
she grew up in a household. She had an older brother that worked at a radio station during the formative years of music.
Yep.
So
Mom-
we had what was it, 3 Dog Night when they were first forming? We're rehearsing
Yeah.
in her basement.
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
She got
because
into a lot of
the dude
places
with the
with,
three name dude there, that dad can't stand, but Michael Duncan
Yeah,
something
what's
or
his
other.
name? Yeah.
Oops, I swore.
Now you got me picking up stupid names. Yeah, she liked him, and Dad did not.
102
Probably because she liked him. I mean, I wouldn't either.
Woo.
Krillbar.
Okay, I really need to
What the hell was his name?
the guy from 3 Dog Night.
Brian
Why you
Landreth.
gotta make me think? I
Oh.
don't think. Aw.
Yeah,
That's right.
You wrote after Ben?
Yeah.
after.
I just realized that.
Truck Negron? No.
No, his name is, what's his friggin' name? His name is,
All right.
Michael
Bruno
McDowell?
Gerussi?
No, it wasn't Bruno Drew.
no.
Um,
Oh, I almost had it.
yeah, it
Come
was
on,
an
someone-
early incarnation because he had his own
Google
deal, and I don't even think he became famous with Three Dog Night. That's the crazy part, right? Because he kind of had
He has 3 names.
yeah. David Michael
David?
Thomas.
Haha. Is that it? No, that's the guy from the Waltons, isn't it?
No, yeah, damn it.
Isn't that John Boy?
Well, actually, no. David Michael Tom. No. I
David
think
Clayton
Paul
Thomas.
David
David
Clayton,
Clayton
Thomas.
Thomas. For the win!
Yeah, and Kelly just says your dad would know. Yeah, well, Dad's sleeping.
Yeah, he
He's
would
sleeping
know.
in there.
He'd be like,
Imagine
David Clayton Thomas. David Clayton Thomas. That's my
Yeah,
impression
so we
of
can
that.
even go that, and then after school, Mom moved into the city and decided to be while going to college and having jobs. She also part-time dropped out, hung out with the hippies in Yorkville, hanging out in
Time
coffee
dropped
houses
out.
with like Gordon Lightfoot playing songs for her and saying, "What do you think of this one?" And it was a song that would later go on to be a mega hit just as he's writing, because he was still just working at the riverboat.
Why you gotta talk about Gordon Lightfoot?
Well, Dad was talking about it the other day, so I'm bringing it up. You seem quite proud of that. So, there we go.
So gross.
Yes,
so gross.
Grizzly Adams, Three Dog Night Wikipedia page, just scrolling. Thank you for the link, Sandra.
That's who it is.
Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's who it was. It wasn't Three Dog Night. That's right. It was Blood,
No,
Sweat, and Tears.
but I was gonna let you run with that.
Three
It is
words.
the same thing, to be honest.
Yeah, same thing.
It's the exact same thing to me.
Doug knows too. How many times I said, same thing. You're like, no, it's not. Sure it is. Really?
Whatever. Really.
What's up, Lawrence?
Yeah, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's it.
Yeah.
See, eventually we work it out. And then, and of course she saw some amazing acts. She caught like Black Sabbath on their first tour
Yeah.
of North America. And Deep
She
Purple
was
when they
she
just
was a
got
go-go
promoted.
dancer. She was a
Yeah,
go-go dancer at the first Electric Circus.
The original Electric Circus. See, Terry's like, what?
Yeah, she'd be in this like room that had all these like pillows and stuff, and there was like alcoves, and she'd be like doing all this like crazy woo while they went in there and dropped
Very
acid
Austin
and tripped
Powers.
out.
Very Austin
Yeah.
Powers.
Oh no, my chat went away.
Yeah.
God, I
So
hate
Mom
that
was a fembot for a little while, not gonna lie.
She dated a fire breather. That was a badass.
She did, yeah. And a
She
mime
did.
or two. And then she was
A
a mime.
mime.
She was quite proud of being a mime. We were not proud of her being a mime because by the 80s, mimes weren't cool.
No, she went to school for that,
Oh, wow.
but then
went to
became the first head cheerleader at Seneca College. She was the first cheerleader ever there. She started it.
Yeah, that too.
Kelly Denise said I can totally
cheerleader.
see Auntie go dancing.
Right?
Thank you for
Which is
the
so funny
detailed
because she's a
donation,
super prude.
whomever
Everywhere she
that
went,
was.
she was still a prude. What?
I want to shout out that. Thank you very much. All right, I'm doing another shot. I'm entirely too sober for this.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Doug, got any
Yeah.
stories about Ma that you want to share?
I just had the one that when we were camping in Presqu'île there, we went to the North Beach,
Yep.
which then led to my wife almost killing me, but still.
Well, that's
Because
karma for you.
Because karma,
exactly.
karma
Doug's wife is real.
So because she was such a nice person, I'm not really a beach guy. We were hanging out at the beach, and I fell asleep in my lawn chair for like 3 hours, and she was like, didn't wake me up because she was reading her book. And then later on that night, we went back to your place to have like a barbecue, and I was just starting to really not feel good. And
Doug seemed rather lethargic.
yeah, next morning I woke up and I looked like Barney because I was like purple from falling asleep in the sun.
He was, he was.
Yeah. It wasn't
Well,
good.
didn't you fall asleep with your hand across your chest?
No. My wife tried to put sunscreen on me, and Ben knows I'm not really a sunscreen guy, whatever. So then she managed to get her handprint on my stomach. So I just had like her hand imprint where the sunscreen screen was. Yeah.
Like literally for you, like we would run into each other at family events, and Doug's like, "Look, still got it." I'm like, "Jesus, man, this is hardly the time."
Men don't take the shirts off.
We're at like Aunt Kathy's memorial or something, and Doug's like, "Check it out, there it is." You know, yep. 2 years later,
then,
you're right.
So that led to the next day because when you're like purple, you start to feel like stuff's
Bad.
like on you. It's like I feel like I had like because we were camping in a tent. I feel like I had like bugs crawling on me.
Like stuff.
Yeah. So then my wife gave me like, I think it was like 5 Benadryl and 3 Advil, and I was done for like 10 hours.
Oh,
All right, how is it that we actually start talking about Mom? We drop down to 74 watching.
Oh,
What the do?
come on now.
Yeah.
They got their shout outs. That's fine. Red
Benadryl
Rover,
is my enemy. For
Cousin
sure.
Siobhan. I do
Walnuts.
believe that is Cousin Siobhan.
That is?
I believe so, isn't it?
No.
Much better than
No, it's
Fire.
not.
Thank you.
Is it?
And I do agree. Yes, you got to watch those knuckle draggers. They're not cool.
No. Must be
Although,
clever.
if you're a knuckle dragger and you're watching and you gave a thumbs up, thank you very much. Not
Thanks for
I
picking
shouldn't-
those knuckles
I
up.
shouldn't just generalize all knuckle draggers.
Ben, we do have a friend who could be a knuckle dragger. But we don't mention his name.
No. He who shall not be named.
Rob.
Curtis Lee is in the house. We've got, geez,
Any
that's-
more mom stories? You want mom stories? Like,
Knucklehead Zeros
Okay.
here.
um,
Else got
Mom
music.
did a lot of work at Mariposa Folk Festival where she
did.
met a lot of people.
Mom was the head of hospitality by the mid 70s.
Nice.
Yeah.
So basically, she coordinated food vouchers, hotel rooms, all that fun stuff. Dad is
Yeah.
upstairs, Paul. We had talked about Dad coming on, but it would just be a tear fest. We were like, we couldn't be in the same room and do this. So
There's
yeah.
something about mom. Mom cried at laughing, especially at the drop of a hat. And I found this like trigger when I was a teenager because I found that if she would if she put her makeup on and then I'd always say something stupid to make her laugh, she get all ticked off at me because then it would screw up her makeup, which I totally relate. So I found out that all I had to do was turn around and look at her and go, Mom, ah! And she'd instantly start crying laughing. Because there was this moment where I just kept perpetuating it and she was trying to hold her mascara and she's doing a horrible job. So I used to be able to just go, hey, Mom. And she'd be laughing, crying, laughing. Mom was very well known for
But it was one of
crying
those,
when
yeah,
laughing, which I do.
say you're terrible for doing it, but she had no problem with that. Cousin Kelly says, Amanda, remember the Kool-Aid.
What?
I don't know.
Mom's
Remember the
Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid.
It's just the way Amanda remember the Kool-Aid.
Remember, Kelly is a lot older than us.
Yes. Oh,
So you guys
the
can-
me
The
Kelly went
only
a lot. Like, no.
Mom didn't make good Kool-Aid. Mom would make Kool-Aid that had sugar stuck on the bottom because she didn't stir things. If
Guilty.
that's what she's referring to. Because the
The
only
story your
Kool-Aid
mom
story
told.
I have is
Told.
with that guy way over there.
And yes, I do believe Randy Crooks, Alice Cooper got his makeup idea from Mom, because I believe she may have even seen Alice Cooper back in the day too. I wouldn't doubt it.
Laz has a question. He says, Ben and Amanda, what's your favorite mom mime act? Look at Ben's face.
Look
Sorry,
at
I went
both
there.
of their faces.
Sorry, I went there. Next question.
She liked to be trapped in a box. That was a big one.
Yeah. Oh, she knew them all. I can say the most embarrassing mime story, and that would be because our parents being community oriented, they helped out at the schools growing up, and Mom decided to teach my class mime. And like 6th grade. Like not like 2nd grade, 3rd grade, but like 6th grade. You know, when you're kind of interested in the girls that sit on the other side of the room kind of age. And my mom is gonna teach the class. Yeah.
I got a quick one for you, Ben. When I was in 6th grade, my mom used to come in and volunteer, and these kids hated her so much. And these kids were formerly friends of mine, and then they started calling my mother the Dragon Lady.
Ooh.
They didn't want to hang out with me anymore, and it was all because she came in to help out at school. Because she said they yelled at her too much, and she's very little, so they called her the Dragon Lady. I don't know why, but
Well, fortunately, I did outgrow that deja voodoo. Fortunately.
I was amazed, though, Ben.
Actually, Ben and I were just talking about that like the other day. But anyway, the thing you have to remember too is your mom was a saint for one reason.
Yes.
Because she said so?
Because at the restaurant, she looked after one person while your dad hid in the back. And we all know who that one person is. Even Kelly knows who that one person is.
Her annoying nephew Doug.
She would only come to visit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Tom.
I should get a picture.
See, would that be Nana?
Exactly.
Could it be Nana?
The person that I put a lot of pain
there?
onto Ben growing up.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
Hey, Ben, I just want to say, and Amanda, I'm so glad you guys invited me to be here, because I think this is what everyone should do in said situations, celebrate someone's life. And I just got to commend you guys for being strong enough to do that. I know that's not easy. So
That's nice to say.
you guys are
I
awesome.
agree.
That's a crappy picture. That's not.
And
really
Brian?
good, Nana.
You never overlook a good quilt. Hang on, hang on. I can solo you or something. How do I do that? That's how I do that.
I didn't do my nails. There's me in bed and Nana.
Oh,
You're making my cheeks hurt, Amanda.
I bet.
Doug, do you remember the visit 3 days after I had my wisdom teeth out? All 4?
I don't know.
I remember the day you got them out. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one. Oh,
Uh-oh.
sorry. It probably blew everyone's ears. That's a good one. Well,
Hey,
good
Big
because I
Yo.
didn't. There's our Nana.
Yeah.
Nana. Oh, it's so glary. So glary. I don't know how to do that. I'm not like pro at this.
Like I've always said,
Closer.
Why do I look
Closer.
like the devil? That was scary.
because you lost
My
that
eyes
halo
were
you
all
had
red
before.
and
Oh, you
my
probably have
true
green
self
screen
came
enabled.
out.
Let's see. Yeah, you have green screen enabled.
You have no
I
Instagram
do?
filter here.
Maybe.
that's why.
No, maybe not. I don't know. I did that
I
earlier.
didn't enable anything. I am not fully qualified to do things like that.
Hey, I said green screen to a blue screen, waiting for you guys to join on. I forgot I left it on from the other day, and I had the EVH striping from this background showing up in my eyeballs.
hey, Ben, I have to ask you the suggestion,
Mom.
but it's good that Amanda's here because she can talk me down. Oh, wow, look at that. That's cool.
That's me in bed and Mom.
Oh, I love the flared collar, Ben. That's on point.
You know,
Right?
I still prefer to rock the flared collar, Tom.
It's
you know
so
me.
much more comfortable. I've got a fat neck, too.
Yeah, we
so.
just add a few gold chains
That
now.
couch was so itchy.
Hey, my niece hurt.
Itchy
Good to
couch.
see you, man.
Couch.
Wow, we're back up to 99 people watching. Dang. I want to also, Mariposa. Mom had some of the best stories because the first few years that us kids came in, I apparently attended my first, let's say Mariposa was what, probably mid-July, Amanda?
Yeah, it's on my birthday weekend. It's July 5th.
Okay, so first weekend of July.
Somebody's
I
not
was born
supposed
May
to do that.
22nd and then attended the music festival, what, a month and a half later?
You should.
And this is 1974, so there's no ear protection for the newborn child. Now Tom's just showing off. That's what Tom's doing.
No, I'm trying to adjust it because I got a new chair and the heights are all off.
I'm just looking at your little stripey deal behind you.
Oh, yeah. You like that?
Kind of like the stripey deal I got going on here. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
Brisbane
gonna
Adams
Say
Folk
almost
Festival.
looks like
It
it's
basically
blended in the
was
background.
folk
I know,
music,
right?
blues, some country, Celtic.
What's up,
Do we count
Robot?
East Coast music as Celtic, Doug?
Sorry, what was that?
Is East Coast music considered Celtic? Because I just consider
Yes
East Coast.
and no.
It depends.
Well, they were
It
at
depends.
I would say ask your dad, but we know what that answer would be.
half an hour long.
It all depends. It's kind of like people are really into some really traditional,
Because
Irish
would,
music, but
would you
then
consider Matt Minglewood is from the East Coast? Would you consider him Celtic? Not a chance.
Yeah,
but they
you-
all have a
you did.
they all like a little, like they like Irish descendants and stuff in Newfoundland. And
Hey!
like
Celtic music is really just traditional folk music of Ireland. So if you have traditional folk music, you really musically you have your version of it.
All right.
No matter where you are in the world. I mean, that's at least
All right. So
my
just
humble-
to put
Grizzly
Doug in
Adams
place-
has questions.
just to put Doug in his place, we're talking John Allen Cameron or anything Uncle Kenny could dance to.
Yep.
So what you call that? East Coast music, but is it Celtic music?
No.
Yes. Oh. JA would be Celtic music. Come on.
Yeah. Well, no, Mayhem, they all have fiddles. Everything's in the key of C. And I
Do they
think
use drone notes?
if it's a jig, it's in the key of C. If it's a reel, it's in the key of F. I don't know. It's G.
Well,
F.
Sloan's not Celtic.
No, they're
Irish Rovers are.
but they're not from the
They're
coast.
No, they're
Now,
not.
do they have,
No.
do they have
Hey,
similar
Jeannie's in here as well. Hey,
musical
Jeannie.
format things like Celtic music would have, like drone notes or repeating phrases that kind of, hey, Jeannie Bean.
That's my girl crush.
Jeannie Bean. She was more on point, I think, the conversationally, I guess, than
Oh.
Johnny Bean. But
Shots fired, Doug.
no offense,
Yeah.
because I love Johnny Bean.
Yeah. He was big in Ontario. They really did
Oh,
like
yeah.
Oh, Ashley McIsaac. Oh, God.
He was crazy.
Yeah.
You can take the strippers that he gave me. Thanks. I hope his name is Tito.
There you go, Tommy boy. I want to say when I was out doing all my errands on Friday, I had to stop at like 4 places in Trenton and do various things. I got some interesting looks rocking my Boner Jams t-shirt at the grocery store.
I didn't know where you were going with that for a second there, and I was like, really? Mine's right over there.
Hey, Brad Egan. See, Brad knows. He's from that area of the...
You're what, Amanda?
Yeah, see, there's Siobhan, but Siobhan, I can't check my messenger because I'm on my phone.
Ben, you know my favorite shirt I ever saw, text shirt? It was a shirt, they spelled Jeff with the European spelling. You put the reverse 2 letters, and they made it Goeff, so it looks like it says Jeff yourself. It says go F yourself.
Geoffrey?
People really look at it really quick and go, Jeff yourself? No, go F yourself.
Does anybody remember
I'm so
the
using
band?
that regularly. Yo, go
Anyone
Jeff
remember the band
yourself.
Jeff with one F?
No.
Look at the half Van Halen. Oh, I don't have it.
Apparently
covered
they
up.
didn't last.
Jeff off.
Yeah, right.
Jeff with one F. They were popular for 1991, kind of. Not really. City Limits
It
popular.
sounds like a very 1991 band name.
Well, you know, they probably played offsets. Half their videos were in black and white, and they opened for Sloan.
Yeah. Some art student did all their videos as a project.
Okay, well, Ben, there's something we can bring up again, too, because we talked about this just maybe an hour ago.
What, that the names are, in fact, in teal now as well, Tom?
I like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of genres and Mariposa, I was listening to
Yes.
Lithium on Sirius XM, and apparently the band is now regular play on Lithium, the 90s
How are
alternative.
you
channel.
doing, Tom?
Oh, no, I was just trying to background.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, why? Did I see my face?
Yeah, that was the one where I took a
Holy-
screenshot of you because I
Holy
was going to your
acid
background, but it didn't
flashback
quite
to a
work.
Black Sabbath video from the 60s.
That was just kind of weird. Yeah.
Mom
I
liked,
see- We got Frank in the chat here. Hey, Frank.
nice.
Jeff K is here. No, Randy, I'm not getting into that on air. No, that's not going to happen. Yes. And if you haven't already, last night, Dismachi was on the Johnny Bean channel. I'm just saying.
Oh, it was so good. The show was awesome.
Yeah, that was really good.
Go check them out on Spotify and
Who's he?
every other possible way. 'cause
And-
the
and-
single's awesome.
Jehunin, don't let them bust your balls about having dreadlocks. Around the same time you did, I had dreadlocks too. Mine were about 2 feet long, so people were busting his chops that he had dreadlocks. I had the same thing.
That just looked funny what Tom did there.
I'm just
Good.
mentally picturing
Oh,
Tom.
it was like this long.
Big old Bob Marley dread.
Long, but-
Hey, Eric C. Thanks for stopping in.
Thanks, Eric C.
BC Rich 581. The worst thing I did, run with scissors. No, I did some stupid stuff.
Oh, I could probably beat all of y'all.
He did stuff that he still hasn't been caught for yet. But we can't share
And there
those
is no
stories
statute
right
of
now.
limitations in Canada, so
I have those too.
Yeah, it's yep.
no.
There's
Not just
things.
saying, if we get to a certain location, Tom, you might need to use the facilities. The doors don't quite open on their own. Don't worry, I got you covered. You'll be inside in under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You have
Harley
a good night.
X here.
I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm not
there's
paying
that too,
attention to the
Crowbar.
chat.
I can't
Later, Pete.
I can't confirm or deny.
Well, only because I use my death grip.
Brian Landreth, I used to talk in church.
Rest in
Yes,
peace
but
to
to Kelly there, her
not that mom would care.
stuff she did was all international.
Yeah.
So Ben at least kept it local, not
I kept
international.
it on a local level. She went international. Yeah. So
You know the weird thing, like when I lived in England for a while, I didn't take the police seriously. Like there'd be cops and people like, don't do that. There's police up there. I'm like, so who gives a damn?
whereas
Like,
you
that
should
will
take
never
more
come out of my
serious
mouth
when
hole.
you're in a foreign country.
I'd never take
But it's weird. It's like if you're in a foreign country, sometimes I find, like when I was in Spain, the same thing. I should, because I could easily get arrested and never go home. But
When I
like,
go home.
I've got this thing, like they're fake police to me. Like they don't look real.
I wasn't sure if he was talking about like the actual law enforcement or like
Yeah.
Sting.
No, I mean like the actual law enforcement. But it could have been that too, yeah.
Don't come to me with your tantricness, Sting. No, that's funny. Yeah, no, I abide cops pretty
Well,
much
in
everywhere I
England,
go.
they don't carry firearms at all. So it's just like they've got a baton. It's like, come on, dude, really?
Oh, they can still beat my ass in.
Yeah, but I guess
That's a
US,
thing.
they create compliance through fear. So that's why people are
How do we have 113 people watching this? Like,
Because I'm here.
well, yeah, it's 38 minutes.
Kidding.
Of
Just kidding.
Definitely
Paul
not 'cause
Gravel
of
has
me.
a question. Are you in Belleville or Trenton, Ben? Well,
That's not me.
technically, I'm in Quinte West, but I'm right outside of Belleville, right outside the west end of Belleville.
He's like a Bay of Quinny mullet.
Brian,
Little Bravo in the
Quinny
front, little
mullet.
Quinny West in the back.
Brian
Maybe-
Landers has a good point. He says you never ignore the German palazzi. Like, yeah, I've heard stories.
Okay, so
Okay, and that brings Kelly into it.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I was just going to say, yeah, is that where I say where I'm from now? From the mullet of Quinte West, Amanda?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah.
mullet of the Quinte-
I live in Plainfield, so
Yeah.
like doesn't get
Hey,
as
John
lame
Logan's
as
here.
that.
Good to see you, Donnie.
My friend
Safe
Pam
travel
is
on the
watching.
highway, buddy.
Pam's watching, but she's probably not chatting. But
That's
she's
a
watching.
killer mustache, Donnie. I'm jealous. I can't grow like a huge one.
That's what she
I
said.
like yours too, Terry. Is that Movember, or are you going long term with that? Because I'm digging it. The mustache.
Movember, I think it might be going tomorrow, but
Oh,
yeah, I've been getting a lot of compliments on it.
dude, you look like one of those amazing '70s rock band, like the guitar player for some '70s rock band. I'm just totally digging it.
I'll take the compliment.
Looks
Else I
good,
can only
man.
play that way.
Yeah, we could definitely we could
Sure.
talk about well, we've got
The Big Brother.
Robot Master Switches here, and yes, the Good Brothers. Long time, you always heard stories from Mom talk about the Good Brothers, but I remember the Good Brothers were playing Apple Fest one year, and we have the
Yeah.
Apple Fest dance. Yes, it's as corny as it sounds, but that's what it is. And the entertainment was the Good Brothers. So
You get loaded.
well, we go into the dressing room before the show, and I have a pint, even though I'm slightly underage, maybe. I don't know. But I had a pint either way.
Slightly.
And then we go out and we're watching the show, and there's some friends with us. I don't know, Milt might have been there as well. I can't remember. But then I think it was Bruce, he walks up to the mic and he says, we have a friend in the audience tonight. And, and the Good Brothers played a lot of folky country stuff, right? Folky country, whatever. And one of the guys plays an auto harp, for God's sake. So like, who the hell plays an auto harp? Folkies play auto harps. Whatever.
Folky.
Yeah. And so, Tom, they say, we're going to dedicate the song. We got Maggie Coombs here, longtime friend, and they break into Honky Tonk Woman. And I'm like, what the? I just, like, that's just wrong.
Yeah, that's like a left-handed compliment, and I'm left-handed, and I know you are, so, I mean.
Hey, right, I have it.
It's just,
We're doing all right.
Terry needs a pointy goatee to go with a stash, says the guy with the rockin' hardcore goatee.
Yeah.
And congrats, I believe Grumpy Mike just hit 300 subs.
Yes.
Nice.
Congrats to Mike.
He else just hit 300.
Good job, man.
Laz, that's right. You think I remember? That was yesterday, Tom. He had his big celebration, and you think I'm like, who was that? It was Laz. So congrats, Laz. Wow, Steve McFall in the chat. Good to see you.
I know, right?
Steve. That guy can rock. You want to hear some shred? Tommy boy, I tell you, that guy. Post-COVID, we've been talking kind of intermittently for a couple of years about getting together and doing some videos. He's got a nice 6505 head to play through with a variety of V-shaped guitars, and
cool.
He likes Jacksons, and he's got some BC Riches, I believe, as well. And Steve likes the food. Keith H is here, and Keith H let me know about Grumpy Mike hitting 300. I had missed that, and he won a pedal on Grumpy Mike's show. See,
yeah, Keith H can't see my face.
We're not going to talk about Coronation Street, Kelly. That's
Alex Bradford said, "Hey man, that's my look. I go for the V for Vendetta thing." Like the guy.
Everybody not see my face because that would suck.
Oh my God.
BC Rich, yep, Guy Folks look.
Yes, young Mr. Radford. 500, even better.
I was thinking that, but what Paul said, but I just didn't want to say it.
Hey, Happy.
What? Oh.
Terry's look.
Ron Jeremy.
I don't see it.
Now you probably do.
Kelly's giving you crap.
Put the glasses on.
Mom liked Coronation Street, and I like Coronation Street. That's fine to like Coronation Street.
Well, that's only 20% of the panel.
We went to a show together.
That's 20% of the panel. I'm just glad I don't have to hear that damn theme song every night.
I think Jeremy, Terry has more like typical eyes, and Ron Jeremy has these really like almost like he has a thyroid issue. His eyes stick out really far. So that would make you look like if you took off your glasses.
I don't know. I don't know if we should be talking about Ron Jeremy's eyes.
No.
Oh, I look into his eyes all the time, Doug. No, I don't.
I think Rob had it.
Only a few times.
And then the follow up
to got it. Comment. All right.
Who is Ron Jeremy?
Oh God.
It's weird.
It's a long story.
It's a long story.
Did you know so-and-so from high school? She went into adult entertainment, and that's the weirdest experience to know a kid you went to high school with that now does that.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah.
That's gross.
That can be interesting.
Okay, carry on. Let's not talk about this with Mom's show. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna puke enough as it is. Just saying. Sister's here.
You're one of the guys.
I'm not going to say, Mr. Gravel can be a shit disturber at times, but I do remember a few interesting nights at the Queensway with Paul Gravel. That's all I'm going to say.
A little bit.
Deja Voodoo in my stream is grainy. That's Ron Jeremy, all right.
Not my mom and Ron Jeremy don't go together.
It's too funny.
She had better taste than that.
So anyway.
Mom had a lot of famous men have crushes on her. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
bet.
She did. Don McLean had a crush on her.
Nice.
Yep.
I actually remember this. I believe she shared a story on the show the one time about Ronnie Hawkins hitting on her in front of your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ronnie
My
was a
mom
bit
was
of a walking
cute.
hormone. So,
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie's kind of I don't know.
Well, a young Maggie to me looked like Amanda, so it's not hard to think why they were hitting on her. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
And then put Jeannie up on the screen. Now we went up by like 20 viewers. We got both of them on the screen at the same time.
I'm sure I'll get that sent to me.
Now, Amanda, you can remind me about this. Somebody mentioned earlier about Mom and John Prine. John Prine being a friend of the family, both friend of Dad's and Mom's. But didn't Mom just go to see John like last year? Was that the one where Jerry and Ann got tickets for a show locally? Wasn't it John Prine, or was it?
I'm gonna say yes.
I thought it was like in Campbellford or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? It was a small, intimate. Like it was like the tickets weren't cheap. I don't think because it was not a lot.
The West End?
Could have been.
Like he went somewhere different, not like Sterling or anything.
Did
but like...
Sue go with her? And if Sue's still in the chat,
Sue went with her.
Okay, Sue, are you still watching? If so, who'd you go see with Ma?
What up? Who'd you go see?
But yeah, John Prine, definitely a friend of the channel. Dad's been talking a lot about the Mariposa days, the various people that come by and stuff. It was interesting. When we talk about like how well Mom got along with Steve Goodman. Go figure. Steve Goodman, one of the nicest guys in entertainment, and hits it off with both Mom and Dad.
Cool.
Yep.
Hey, Christopher Butler, thank you.
Oh, I'm out of ice. That sounded really pretty. Ding.
Oh.
How long are we going tonight?
I don't know, a few hours.
Until Ben falls off his stool.
I don't work till Wednesday.
Yeah, and do I really work? I don't.
All I will have to do is I will just move it out into the living room when Scott goes to bed.
You do whatever you want to do. You can, you can broadcast outside if you want to grab a dart. You can do that. Yes, I hear.
Oh, totally.
I can hear the old man walking around upstairs. So you know what that means? I made meatballs for dinner, so he's probably grabbing himself a second helping of those meatballs. Wasn't John Allen Cameron?
I thought you were going to say something else.
I don't like meatballs very much.
John Allen, again, family friend. I don't know. Is John Allen from Sydney as well? No.
No, just outside.
Just outside. Okay, because Dad was talking with John Allen the other day.
Yeah.
And ironically enough, I do remember a concert at Centennial High School here in Belleville. John Allen was playing, and we went out, and there was a bunch of people. Like it was like all of a sudden a reunion for Mariposa Folk Festival. I don't think you went to that. Did you go to that, Amanda? No, I don't think you went to that. John Allen, the John Allen Cameron show at Centennial.
No, I did not.
I don't think you went. So we went, and we were again hanging out backstage and stuff. And his son Stuart was playing with him. Stuart has now been playing with the Sadies forever and a day.
Yeah, he was with Ashley for a while too.
With Ashley as well. Yeah, he carved out quite the career for himself. He was a hired gun for that East Coast kind of thing because he's one of the few of that next gen that bothered to learn it. And the Sadies, I don't know, what would you compare the Sadies to? They're kind of that roots rock, kind of Tom Petty, John Mellencamp type stuff.
Yep.
Sure, let's go with that. I want to compare them to the Tragic Rehab, but that doesn't help anybody outside of Canada. So,
doesn't even help people in my room.
Yeah. So yeah, it was interesting because it was like a Mariposa family reunion. There was all these people there because apparently all relocated to Bloomfield in the 90s, Amanda. By the early 90s, everyone relocated to Bloomfield. And so everyone's like, oh, hey, John Allen, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as he saw Mom and Dad, he's like, come. And then next thing you know, we're like, they used a classroom as the dressing room or whatever. We're hanging out. And Stuart's there, and we're about the same age. And he's like, "You play?" Yeah. And he goes, "Here, check out. You want to hear my new album?" And he was playing with, you may remember them from the 90s, Sunfish. He was an original member of them. By the time they actually had their one hit, he had already left the band, but he had been in the band and produced the album and stuff. Hey! Speaking of Mr. Ron Telio.
Hey.
RJ!
Look at that, RJ. We've got the teal theme going on the channel now.
Yeah. He might try to steal the theme now.
That's okay. He's allowed. So we were hanging out with John Allen, and Dad picked up a guitar and jammed a bit. And Stuart and I, we went out to the van, and we were listening to the Sunfish cassette tape of their demo. It was really cool. Hey, little roadie guitar. Good to see you, man. So, and that was just kind of the effect. Both, Mom was the head of hospitality at Mariposa. Dad was the head of transportation. And they wwere involved with that until 1986. So from like early 70s, good 15 years straight.
Yeah.
So yeah, the jam sessions you'd hear about were just legendary. And by the time Amanda came along, I didn't get to go to the festivals anymore. We were pawned off on relatives for a week, usually Jerry and Ann.
I went.
No. You went.
Yes, I did go.
As a baby. As a baby.
No.
Don't put me in the middle of this.
I went to Mariposa. There's me in the paper. That's where I met Joan Baez. That's where she called me a little brat.
Yes. Well, I was going to, if you'd let me finish.
Proudly.
If you let me finish, the last year that Mom and Dad helped out, we both went along. That was 1986. Prior to that, we didn't go.
No. I was in her tummy. She clogged with me in her stomach. So I'm all jacked up.
You went.
She was
just in her tummy. That's all.
I have pictures of it.
Hey, Kelly says they just left you home. No, I think actually, Kelly, I was pawned off on your parents one year. I was pawned off on Doug's parents another year. Once we moved down here, I was pawned off on Jerry and Ann most years. Cousin George in Peterborough one year. We.
Oh, I was at Doug's for a weekend once.
That was during Mariposa.
Yeah, I remember Doug playing Electric Avenue 45.
Every time Ben says Mariposa,
I have very good recollection of that. And your mom having a stash of Cabbage Patch Kids in the room.
It was actually a 33. It was on the Star Treks album. It's not a
awesome.
From K-Tel Records.
Yep.
Ooh, from K-Tel.
It was actually song number 2, right after Every Breath You Take.
Every damn time I hear that song, I imagine that apartment and hearing that song in the apartment. Every time. I should be like jamming, and meanwhile I'm like
I believe
in your mom's kitchen.
Call that PTSD. And you're triggered. That's right, Kelly, when you lived in Borden.
And Sandra said, you guys fight like her and Gary. I'm like, yep, brother and sister, yep.
We don't fight.
Well, always enjoyed Roger. Dad was talking with Roger. Roger James, longtime folk musician as well. Very solo artist.
Awesome.
One man, just go up there, play with it. Acoustic, banjo, 12-string. Doesn't matter. He'd play it all. Amazing musician. Hey, Papa Blue.
What's up, Papa Blue?
Metalworks lived in Borden for 10 years. Dan
All
Sullivan,
sleep.
the gambler. I'm about due for some of that action.
Dan Sullivan's here.
That's right. Philly G Guitar Man's here as well. Awesome.
Billy G.
Nice.
Philly G.
Why don't I see that?
Philly G.
Well, here,
It's
I
right
can
there.
put it
I
up
see it.
Like
It's right there.
Billy G is not my love. Oh, Philly G. That's awesome, though. Billy G is not my love.
What's in those ice cubes you're drinking, Amanda?
Nothing, but the wine I added to them is helping.
Well, this just shows that Paul hasn't seen my sister in a while.
I still look the same.
I didn't see that
I
part
still
of the
fit in the
comment.
same dress I had made when I was 15.
There you go.
I am skinnier than I was in high school myself, so I can
Oh
wear.
wow, way to one me up there, Tom. Just kidding.
You're the woman on the show. You won. Like everyone knows that. I mean, there's no way to one up you. Come on.
So, Doug, you notice
Yeah.
how my sister gets when she's on her second or third glass of wine, eh?
I like it.
Yeah.
It's feisty.
So are you
I
saying
didn't
that
open the whiskey yet.
are you saying that she's the reason for the pictures from my wedding?
Could be.
I got to hear this whole story.
No, we just had from their table. We had the disposable cameras,
Yeah.
and there was a few that were not from above the table.
I gotcha.
No.
Because you don't like get them developed like a week later.
Yeah.
Abort that thought right there.
Well, they were pointed in Ben's direction,
Ugh. That's right.
and I think I have video of you sitting across from him.
Just stop talking, Doug. Just stop.
So Terry, did you buy anything? Any cool gear lately?
No.
How gross
Come on,
is that?
Terry. Terry, did you buy any new good gear lately? Just make something up.
Did Amanda ever sing?
Okay, this.
Oh, cool. Yeah, a new slide.
I don't think so.
What does that mean?
I don't know, because all I know is when she started
hair
singing, I had moved out, and Mom and Dad told, "Oh yeah, your sister started singing." Blah blah blah. And I came to the house to do laundry one day.
It's a miracle.
Miracle, yeah. I'm doing laundry, and she liked to crank her stereo, and I'm like, I yelled upstairs, "Will you turn down that fucking Sarah McLachlan?" And you're like, "That was me singing," and I went, "Oh, huh, wow." Well, someone got that gene. I didn't get it.
It was pretty good too. I sang to Mom. I sang to Mom on her last day. I was playing her music. I was playing her. She really loved Janis Joplin. So I played Janis Joplin, and then I played her some James Taylor. And she kept going like, and I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you like this stuff. What's your problem? So I'm like, and I was talking to her like that because it was Mom. And so I'm playing more, and finally she said, like, I was like, are you not okay with that, Mom? And she's like, no. Like, you could tell. She's like, And I said, do you want me to sing to you instead? And she didn't say anything. And Steve from Boston. She didn't say that either, but that would be really funny if she had.
That would be funny if she did, yeah.
She did say, oh, man, which was really funny.
And I will say, Paul, I'm 46, so I don't know how old January is, but I'm 46. So we'll just go with that.
I'm 42. Nobody asked, but I'm just going to tell you. So I sang her James Taylor, and she liked when I sang Tracy Chapman, but
who doesn't?
I sang her James Taylor songs that, like, he likes to write songs about dying.
Well, he's had bad relationships over.
So I didn't sing Fire and Rain. I didn't sing that.
Yeah, that's just, I can't listen to that song. Once I found out what that was about and stuff, I was like, what? That's just too much.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Do you like the Warren Zevon song, Keep Me in Your Heart for a While? I like that one.
Oh, that's a nice one.
I cry every
sang,
time I hear it, so I can't listen to it too much.
Else got music says y'all are youngins. And apparently Driddle is the same age as you. And Jan's going to be 41. So there we go. She's younger. Thank you, Rising Havoc. Papa Blue says his oldest son's 35. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, excuse me. That happened.
I think Close Your Eyes. James Taylor song. Close Your Eyes. That's about. It's in the.
Close Your Eyes.
No, it's so close your eyes. You can close your eyes. It's all right. You know the song? I don't know no love song, and I can't sing the blues anymore, but I can sing this song. And you can sing this song when I'm gone.
I heard they were overcharging you for that water there, Ben.
What?
You get a jar of water, and I said I heard they were overcharging you for that jar of water. You only get a half full of jar of water, and they charge a lot. But I guess it's that hot water, right?
Yeah. It seems to be burning. I think I'm due for some more. And ironically, my buddy that I get that from mentioned that.
I have something interesting to share about Mom. Mom's very odd taste in movies. She liked weird, like violent things sometimes. Like who's those brothers that made why can't I think now? What's that cop movie in Minnesota with the murder and yeah, who are those guys? The Coen brothers.
Minnesota.
The
Coen brothers.
The Coen brothers. She loved anything those guys put out.
Yeah,
the one with Javier Bardem that they did.
I don't know, because that's too scary for me. I can't watch that
I
stuff.
love those movies. The guy
I
goes,
don't like blood.
Live or die, and he flips a coin. You know that movie?
She laughed her face off. I remember walking downstairs, there was some bloody scene, and she's hysterically laughing. She had a very dark sense of humor, my mother. And you wouldn't have thought that because she was so cute. But
she knew the
very
good stuff.
dark sense of humor. Let me tell you that.
So cool. So cool.
So
Weird,
yeah, John
right?
shares a birthday with Doug. That's very cool. And we got Zach Thong in the house. And for those who don't know, Zach's moving into this area of the world. So
That's
I'm hoping
super
to meet up with
exciting.
Zach soon.
Is your birthday today, Doug?
Yes.
Happy birthday! My one of my best friends is his birthday was yesterday, and then mine is 4 days from now.
Woohoo! Guess what? That's what we're drinking to tomorrow then, I guess.
Thursday's my
The
birthday.
pre-birthday celebration connects with Guitar Show featuring that guy.
Or there's a show we can do it on Wednesday, Ben.
Yeah, speaking of which, we never did finish that conversation. We might as well do it here right on air. Yeah, it's okay if you're running late because that person works on Wednesday, so I have to drive the girls home and possibly pick her up from work and stuff. So I might be running late on Wednesday too. So let's see, for our viewers of the NAS Canuck show, oh, here they are both on the panel with us.
Exactly.
We might be late. You like that, Terry?
What?
Well, when we go live on the NAS
hint,
Canuck
hint,
show,
Amanda,
that's
hint,
the show.
hint.
Yeah, that's the show you don't tune into, Amanda. We only ever have two people watching
dude,
live.
Do you have chitlins at home? You got 2 kids that need to eat food, and y'all go on when I need to make food?
What's this? They need to eat food. That's Wednesdays. I feed your kids on Wednesdays.
He does.
So when does the show start?
8 p.m.
On Wednesday.
on Wednesday.
I don't know what I'm doing at 8 p.m. on Wednesday.
Me
No,
too.
I
I know what you
Laundry.
haven't been doing.
No,
Okay,
I
I'm
can hear
coming on
point
Wednesday. You know, you should have me on the show.
Amanda. Point Amanda.
Why don't you just have me on the show?
There we
Shania
go.
Twain.
Yeah,
Yeah, she.
not a fan.
No,
Traver's crazy. That's
She's
funny.
like, that's not real.
not a
music."
huge fan. She liked Laura Branigan. She loved Air Supply. She loved those 80s songs. They're such
Elton John. Big
Mom
Elton
never
John.
knew the name of people. Donovan. She loved Donovan.
Big Donovan fan.
She never knew the name of like anything from beyond, like, I don't know, what'd you say about like 1980? Mom would never know who sang it ever.
Yeah.
She loved was it Savage Garden? Huge Savage Garden kid.
Yeah. She's like, I like this
Wow.
Savage Garden. I'm like, you mean Roxette with the dude that sings? Because that's
Look
what
at
I hear.
Jerry Cola. Oh yeah, she was all over it. She loved that friggin' slow song.
Yeah.
I can't
And she
stand
loved the
it.
Trans-Siberian Orchestra each holiday season.
I took
Speaking
her
of
to see them in concert. That was great.
Yeah,
That
I'm
was
like,
fun.
so you liked seeing Savatage in concert? She's like, who's Savatage? And I'm like, that's what they do 11 months a year, Mom, when they're not playing the Christmas stuff for you. This is what they do. Hey, Linda.
Now, is one of those guys,
Linda! Oops, that was loud. That's
Yes,
my
it
friend
was.
Linda.
one of the guitar players in Sabotage, or do they do flip flops just like they do with Trans-Siberian?
Well, as I recall, wasn't it in Savatage?
kick-ass.
It was the one dude from Savatage that started Trans-Siberian, and after
Is it
his
Joel
bandmate
Hoekstra,
Savatage
or is
saw the monetary benefits of doing that type of gigs, it became the whole band is like, we're in, dude. We're in.
Okay, because I know TSO has like 5 or 6, maybe even 7 guitar players now that are all ripping, but they flip flop cities, so they have to have enough, or someone gets sick or anything like that.
We have a good question, sis.
What's that?
L. Scott Music asks, was she a Tom Jones fan like most of her? She wasn't really into that whole lounge, like, because she's like, they're like that.
No, and you know who she really didn't like? Elvis. We both hate Elvis. I can't stand Elvis.
Elvis
Yeah,
is
as
not
soon as
welcome.
he come on, we're like, ugh. So
well, Dad, you know, as Dad told me,
No.
right place, right time. If Carl Perkins hadn't had that car accident, there wouldn't have been an Elvis. Because Blue Suede Shoes was just starting to hit, and then Carl had his car accident and couldn't
That's
do
right.
anything for a number of months.
What's up, Aaron?
We have our brother from another mother, Aaron from Albuquerque here. Well, Linda sent you kisses.
Linda's awesome.
Keith H has found a tall boy lager in his fridge, so he's drinking with us. Nice.
Nice.
And Martha's with Linda. Martha Chavez is a awesome comedian in Canada.
Nice.
Some of you may
And
know
yet-
her from
Ben
A
T,
famous
that
movie,
was
that's
on the
really-
channel here earlier this year. And yes, no worries, no problem, buddy. If you saw my last text, it's just been a busy day around here. With the weather forecast they're talking about it could be rain for 3 days or a foot of snow. We decided we needed to put Dad's car away for the year this year. That was fun.
Yeah, I was just
So-
Was it as fun as the first time you got to drive it?
Yeah.
Yay,
Doug?
Martha's here.
So Martha's here too. Yes.
Yeah.
So we tried for half an hour to get the car to start with jumper cables and various down the carburetor and me checking wiring.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So
I
yeah,
gotta-
that's
I'll be right
because it's easy. It's day-to-day life, sis. She grew up around it. So so the problem is we couldn't get the car started to move it 30 feet into the garage because there was a truck behind it first. I moved the truck out of the way. So we needed to get the car into the garage with a slight incline. So we couldn't just push the car in because the tires were touch soft. And I'm not going to pump up the tires because that would make sense. So we did the right thing. And anybody that hasn't seen Dad's car before, it's got the big chrome bumper with the Nerf bars on the front.
Mm-hmm.
So Mom, she helped us today. We took a pair of her winter boots and we put them right over the Nerf bars for a little padding. And we just eased the Caravan right up to the front of the car. Both of which have rounded bumpers. But it was okay. You know, we're just kind of pushing. And we just kind of pushed the car. And with me kind of walking and trying to steer it. And let's just be honest, with a 50s car, there's a quarter turn in the steering wheel of play. So,
wow.
And you're trying to ease it uphill, so it would scoot ahead a bit and then start rolling back. And I'm thinking, modern Caravan, it's a plastic front end with airbags. So then I'd have to run around, jump in the car, jam it into park to keep it from... So half an hour later, we got eased into the garage there, and so it's tucked away. It's tucked away. But yeah, I do believe the first time I got to finally drive that car was with Doug.
Yes, it was at Amanda's wedding. I remember you almost like fell over when your dad just, because we were going to go look at it, and then your dad just threw you the keys and said, "Here, take it for a ride." So you did, and as we were pulling out, we were coming off of Hill Road that you lived on.
Mm-hmm.
We made the right, and as soon as you made the right, there's like a cop pulling up behind us, and you were like, first time driving this without power steering, without seat belts, without anything.
Yeah, no power steering, no power brakes, no seat belts. But we got a 68 Mustang drivetrain under the hood, so she'll go fast. She just won't stop.
Yeah, just what you need.
Okay, and yeah, well, we should point out, Doug, to Brad, we come by it naturally. My dad is a Cape Bretoner, so I come by it. Yeah, Wile E. Coyote School winterizing your car, pretty much. Yep. Exactly. That, he did come up. Derek did come up in the conversations, especially when it's shooting the old thunder juice down the carburetor there. So, yeah, that was interesting because it was rolling, and then Dad's like, "I'll just pull ahead to stop." No, I'm like, "You just ease out of the way," and I got about 30 feet before we get into traffic. So, Yes, next year, Paul, definitely we'll take you for a ride in it. And so I think I got to tweak that carburetor a bit. So now that we have a garage, I can kind of tinker on that in the wintertime. Maybe we'll make a video about it because that'll be fun. All you guitar fans going, why is Ben rebuilding a carburetor? Then again, maybe throw that on the NAS Canucks channel. That makes much more sense, actually. But then that would involve us actually doing content, Doug.
It would go off the
That's like work.
Canucks with carburetors.
Canucks with carburetors. I like that. Apparently, my sister is moving locations. She's in the chat, but not on screen. How about that? How do you like them apples? Maybe some Viking? I don't know. Ben, did you get to drive the 54? Well, yeah. I'll take that out whenever, it's handy for the most part. Like if it's a sunny day and I need to go into town to drive to do some, I don't know, demos or something like that, might as well take that car. Christopher Butler, I bet guitar players are equal car lovers more than you think. Well, yeah, we do have that whole Billy Gibbons thing, right? Jeff Beck.
Oh, how about that meme that was going around recently?
Which one?
Give me all your stuffing.
I shared that one.
I
know,
know,
mashed
that was
potatoes
hilarious.
I'm just going to post that,
God.
Yes, definitely, Alex. Alex, do you want to come on next Sunday? Didn't I do that before? Yes. Alex, do you want to come on next Sunday for the canceled show? Hey, Team S73, thanks for stopping in. 53 Chevy or 57 Chevy or 57 Strat. I'd rather have the 57 Strat. Less headaches.
Yeah, that's true.
57 Chevys are popular, but they're vastly overpriced, and the wheel wells always rot out in those things.
Yeah. Someone was saying about BC Rich 581 saying about Jeff Beck has a crazy car collection. I saw an interview with Jeff Beck like in the mid to late 80s, and he's talking about how he likes working on cars and just auto mechanics better than he likes guitar. He's like, I make my money doing guitar, but I actually spend more time when I'm home working on cars. Like, that's my passion. And then his comment was something like, that's why I'm not better at guitar, because I spend more time working with cars. Like, okay.
I don't know. It looks like we've now lost.
There we go.
Here's...
I'm just trying to get not to get demonetized.
Oh, cool.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Let's see. I don't know.
While getting demonized.
Well, that was favorite. I even used it. Corn Doug, Laz says. So apparently somebody agrees with Doug. Sure.
I don't know.
There's always one in the crowd. 1 in 91 people agree with Doug. All right, that's fine. Oh, now we lost Tom.
No, Tom's gone.
Yes, gambling. I'm gambling. Hey, VJ.
I'm just trying to not get you demonetized too. What's up, VJ?
Only possibility I come down. Ooh, hang on here. We have breaking news. See you. Yes. Pop on in. That's cool. Rising Havoc loves single cuts. How can you not? They're great. Yes, and we have Mr. Radford joining us next Sunday. Boom! You know what?
Whoa.
Nothing has happened since NAMM. Let's talk NAMM. Alex Radford. Why not?
Can you show his picture real quick? Because I'm pretty sure that was a Rick and Morty jacket, and I want to get one of those. Alex, look at that. That is it or no? No, maybe it's something else. It looks like a Rick and Morty thing. Maybe not. Maybe you can tell us. See the bottom left? It looks like a Rick and Morty graphic.
Actually, the only time Ben and I have actually gambled together, we have once. Well, maybe
it is Rick and Morty. Nice.
Doug, do you know what gambling means? Because I don't think we have.
Well, it's
I've offered to gamble with you on several occasions.
I'm just thinking, well, our other gambling is when we stopped in Beckley, West Virginia.
Well, that's a whole different kind of gambling. Yeah, hashtag touching cloth.
That's called gambling with your life.
Yeah, but usually Doug gets offered the chance to gamble, but he's like, wrong cousin.
Yep.
We were on a fishing trip once, and we were on the way there, and it was, the middle of the highway. Fishing trip we used to take to Canada every summer for 2 weeks. And I won't say who, but one of the guys had to go so bad, nowhere to go to the bathroom. We pull over. He shimmies down this little ridge and just takes shit in the little side of the creek. And we're like, you did not shit into the creek. And he's like, let's just go.
At least you were nice and pulled over and didn't make the guy sit for like 6 hours.
And then we threw a towel at him. Someone was going to steal like his shoes because he ended up having to take his shoe off. But we weren't too mean to him because.
I want to follow up on Milt's comment, which kind of follows up. And Doug mentioned when we got to drive the car for the first time, the 54. Do you recall several relatives had driven that car before me? Like, I believe my uncle Lang got to drive it before me. His dad's like, oh, you want to drive it? Here's the keys. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I haven't driven it. Now, we should preface, Lang is a former professional racer he's in the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame. So there is that. I don't know about you, Tom. I just didn't give your son the keys as the professional racer that's going to drive the absolute crap out of your car. Just saying. I'm not saying that at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, which you've heard referenced in the NAS Canucks show. Check out NAS Canucks, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.-ish. Yes, my uncle was he held the our uncle, because Amanda's back, held the track record there for, I believe, the better part of a decade.
Wow.
Well, because at that time he did it on a motorcycle, and for those who don't know, most superbike competitions 750cc, but when he raced, they sold out 1,000cc superbikes, those big old KZ 1000s. He used to muscle one of those around tracks, which is just
wow.
I'm going to say it's retarded. It's stupid.
How many accidents do they have in that kind of class? That's
seen a few bad ones.
It's bad, very bad.
We attended our
someone died at the last track I was at.
Crash. So
I was going to say that's like a freaking strapping yourself to a rocket, basically.
Oh yeah,
and someone died at the last race I was at.
Wow.
That's sad. It's a very sad, weird thing when someone dies.
What's the 0 to 60? Like 0.8 of a second.
I've never been on a motorcycle.
They would
start.
What?
I've never been on a motorcycle.
Well, because your mother would not allow you on a motorcycle.
I refuse to buy a motorcycle because I know myself and I'd be dead in a year. Because as soon as I went 90, I'd want to go 180. I'm just like,
I'm not saying I would.
I'm a thrill seeker and I know I'd be dead, and I almost, accidentally almost killed myself as a teenager doing stupid shit like that. So I just was like, full stop, I'm not riding motorcycles.
Nice, Sue.
Right? I just read that too.
There you go.
I'm gonna get some whiskey.
You have a very nice house, Amanda. Very pretty house.
Thank you. Look, want to see the moose?
Are you and Amanda bikers? Ben, motorcycling is fun but dangerous. We are in the sense like we were both grew up. Well, let's see. Lang would have retired. Amanda would have been 5 when Lang retired, so I would have been 9. Yeah, awesome. Paul has a bunch of pics of Lang racing at Shannonville.
I was there. I was there at the race when he.
That's right. Yeah, and see, now the crazy part is, Paul worked for us in the late 80s, so he would have been at the track as a fan in the early 80s. And we grew up around it, like their company, Handle Exhaust, they'll put up throwback pics of Lang's race bikes. And I'd be like, I remember sitting on that bike as a 6-year-old, and my uncle coming up to me and going, okay, you have to get off the bike now because I need it now. It's my turn. For him to wheel it out onto the grid for the main event of the weekend, for some crazy big payday. Was it Memorial Day? What Memorial Day? See, that's where my head is, Doug. Victoria Day weekend in Canada, it used to be the Molson Superbike Challenge, which was it was probably the biggest purse event in Canada for motorcycle racing. 3-day event here locally at the track, and it was awesome. Racers from all over North America would show up. So, but that's it. And let's see. And Auntie Vaughn and Mom, somehow, even though they were kind of in the pit area, there was wine involved in cups. And I think, that's where the wine with the ice cube, because it's July, it's 95 degrees out, and you still need to keep your white wine cold.
Right. I'm wearing like waterproof pants, so it works.
Well, all of my friends growing up always teased me that I'm like a little old lady because my hands always get freezing cold and my feet do. But I had to explain to them that, the heart condition I have causes me to not get enough blood to my extremities. So I have like, persistent cold hands.
That's right. Thunderfalcon. Well, okay. So Doug, we know where Thunderfalcon's at.
We have another road trip.
Yep. We may have another road trip because that is and Doug, we have a connection to that track. He's like, how so? Our Uncle Lang, because they also hold motorcycle events there. His son Lee has spent many a race weekend at Loudon. So and he usually gets the good passes and the such from the track. So I have no problem calling in those favors.
I thought you were going to say that I know a lot of cornhole people in that area.
Well, that too. And yes, Paul Gravel says hydrated. I prefer to call it performance enhancing beverages.
Hey, wait, Ben,
I
I gotta step in here because T-Mitz is inviting you to go to LA. He says you got to come to LA. So next time when they open NAMM up, man, you got to go and do some racing.
I would like to say, T-Mitz 73, I do in fact have a trip to California planned, regardless of NAMM, as soon as the borders are open, essentially, like post-COVID. Friend and brother of the channel, JJ, has invited me out to spend some time with him to, to get your head straight, brother.
I love this.
To get your head straight, brother. That's so funny.
So yes, definitely. So I will definitely be letting everyone know of that trip. So I'm hoping for the spring, but who knows? So definitely, and I want to spend at least, and it'll be amazing to spend a week and not have NAMM, so I can just, hey, wow, California. Cool.
He's going to put you to work. You're going to be his boat building and repair apprentice.
Yeah, you're going to be.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Tom, because I mentioned that to him before. So, because Dana, his wife, kept telling me, she was stay out longer. I'm like, well, I don't want to impose on JJ because he's got to work and, do a job. And I'm like, just so you know, if you need a hand, he goes, no, I work quick. But I'm like, I've kind of worked on motors for 30 plus years, so there's not much to go wrong with them, It's either it's got fuel, it's got spark, it's got compression. That's all you need. It's not hard.
Yeah, it's like electronics. You can apply it to anything if you know the way mechanical systems work,
I want to go to the Bay Area. I want to go to Florida Museum.
Let's get Tom, because why not? Because we'll just abuse all the connections while I'm out there. Yes.
Yeah. I want to go to a Niner
Bradford. See, now, what I'm thinking is, you used to be able to, Tom, you remember when you used to have a layover? You could extend the layovers?
Mm-hmm.
And I do know to fly into JJ's neck of the woods, I always have to I can't do a direct flight out of Toronto. However, I can go Toronto to San Francisco, where, Bay Area, we got Radford, we got Laz. Hang out there maybe for a day or two, and then fly down to Orange County.
Yeah, I was in San Francisco. A friend of mine works with a dispensary up in Point Arena, north of San Francisco. So I went out there and we stayed for a week. I went in 2018 or 19. It was fun.
Ooh, good question. Any East Coast guitar stores to check out or film demo? I don't know. See, because the only guitar show I really know about is the Dallas Guitar Show, which I would love to attend one year.
Talking about East Coast of Canada or East Coast of the continental U.S.?
Same thing.
I mean, I could tell you in the Philly, New York.
Yeah,
well, Tom, there's nothing in Canada, so I assume the U.S. because there are no guitar shows really in Canada. Although there was one recently.
Guitar show used to be
Doug's area.
Yeah, the
Where was that one, Doug?
Elmira.
Elmira, right?
Because the Mennonites love to play guitar.
Well, the New York guitar show is supposed to be pretty good, though. Is that the one in Elmira, New York?
No, this is Elmira, Ontario.
Was it? Is it?
There's an Elmira, New York, too. That's why I thought you meant.
Yeah, but
I like Elmira, Ontario.
I'm wondering,
It's a good
Doug,
place.
those Mennonites, could they build some fine acoustic guitars?
You guys have Mennonites, too. I didn't know that. We have tons of Mennonites around. Mennonites and Amish, like, in between where I grew up and where I live now.
They build things.
Oh, my God.
Did we not
What's
talk
he
about that on
building
the
in
back show,
there?
Tom?
My kitchen table and chairs are handmade by Amish people.
Yeah, speaking of mom. Yeah, speaking of mom, she planned a week 4-day trip, sis, the road trip to Pennsylvania where we hung out in Amish country.
That was a good time.
That's
Did you get a
fun.
Remember
Bourbon.
driving? Remember we were driving and it was like the middle of the night and like we couldn't find a hotel and everywhere just said no vacancy, no vacancy.
I
And we're
remember.
like,
Do you remember why?
Dad's like,
Do you remember
No.
why?
no.
Because the same weekend, which ties into the whole car thing, was one of the Hershey events. Hershey, Pennsylvania has huge car show events, and they book out all the hotels within half the state. And so, yeah, we literally drove half the night. We found one hotel that had a single king-size bed for the four of us.
Oh,
That's
geez.
when we went
See,
to
if
Rochester
you had known me,
stayed
then
at
you
the
could
travel
have gone
lodge.
I'm,
No, that was a different road
my
trip.
house.
I'm just saying all this love for
That's the
Mennonites.
best.
I have
think
to work.
that was a different road trip, sis. Because that was the one that somebody mentioned in the chat. We got to go to the Great House of Guitars.
Yeah, I thought that's when we went to Pennsylvania.
No, that was a different road trip.
when I
'cause
got them cool
basically-
Barbies.
No, that was, I think, the only road trip that Dad planned because we
Take
went
it,
to the
cool
Great
Barbies.
House of Guitars. Dad hit a boot store that had amazing Western boots. We hit Dan's
thought you meant
Craft
like the-
things.
Dan's crafty thing.
Western boots.
Well, you got to realize, Terry, at that time, Dad played in a country band, and you cannot, if you look at the sole of a Western boot, because they're not cowboy boots, they're Western boots. The soles in Canada are different. They have a bit more of a, let's call it like a Doc Martin, a more pronounced sole.
Oh.
Whereas the American ones, it's a little tighter cut, very sleeker, very cooler. So we specifically, and we went to this boot store that was like half the size of a Walmart.
Oh, jeez.
And it was just Western boots.
Oh, that's funny. I think it's silly.
Wow.
I have a good mom story.
Okay. Well, this is the show to share it. We have 85 people still watching. That's awesome.
So,
folks.
when I was in grade 5, not 5th grade, grade 5,
Yes, Carlisle's the other one.
um,
Grade 5, so I would have been grade 9.
Mom and I went to Indiana to see
Right.
Maryland. We went to Fort Wayne. And I remember we were getting on the plane and the guy at Customs is like, "Is this your mom?" And I thought it was funny to be like, "Oh, that's you." And I thought it was funny to be like, "No, it's not my mom. Why would I be with my mom?" And my mom's looking at me like, "Shut up." And I think I'm being hilarious. And apparently it wasn't very funny, and Mom almost got in shit for that. But we went to this shoe store when we went to Indiana, and it was called Carnival. Is there anyone in here from Indiana? I would love to know that.
Yes, Robert Richardson says you're talking my area now.
So there was this store in Fort Wayne called Carnival, and it was a shoe store, and it was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. We went in, and there was a guy there, like a game show host, and he's walking around the store with those really long microphone cords, and he's talking to, does your carnival work like this, Aaron? And this guy would walk up to people and talk to them and be like, "Hey, hi, how are you? Where are you from?" And they'd be like, "Hi, I'm Maggie from Canada." And he's like, "Can you sing?" And he said, "Can you sing Happy Birthday?" Yes. And she had to go to the front and sing Happy Birthday to the store. And then we got 25% off my shoes. It was the
Nice.
weirdest thing I'd ever seen. But I think every store needs to be like this, and I need to be the one that works there. Just
And yes, to clarify to Randy Crooks, Great House of Guitars is, in fact, in Rochester. And yes, and then we switched Amanda to the middle because apparently somebody needed to have Amanda in the middle because it was messing with
and
her
I
OCD.
really should be in the center because, like,
I don't know, Ben. Have we ever talked about your country days here on the show?
Wait, what?
Have we ever talked about your country days on the show here?
What you talking about, Doug?
Meaning,
Well, there's, because your dad had his country days and he looked like this,
All right, hang on. We're going to present you on that one.
right?
where's he
Yeah,
going with this?
This
There's
is
my daddy.
the old man
Look
rocked
at
her
that
in the 80s.
handsome man.
Yep.
Nice.
So
So cute.
then
Handsome man.
Ben had his country days.
Oh, dear
I
Lord.
look like that guy.
Then Ben
I
had
think I
his
know
country
what-
days.
Oh,
He looked. Wait. Hashtag Civil War bounty hunter.
okay. Like, first of all, let's notice. First of all, in that photo, I'm wearing a leather
I did-
jacket.
Okay, so I did zoom in. He
Yeah.
is at the Richard Petty race shop trying on one of Richard Petty's hats.
Yes, signed by
Oh,
Richard
wait,
Petty
that's
himself.
Ben's not happy there. Ben's not happy someone's
Hey,
taking his
I
picture.
remember
I know that face.
you. Weren't you on Stargate SG-1?
Now, Amanda, do you know?
Benny Ray Vaughan.
You know that face,
Yeah, Benny Ray Vaughan.
okay? You
Ben
know
is not
why?
impressed.
Do you know what that face was? Doug says, "I have an idea," and then he did the side by side of Dad and me, going all weekend. This is Apple Tree. This is why he is who he is, and he just kept showing hundreds of people in the greater Charlotte
Oh.
area. This is Ben. This
It's
is Dad.
funny. It's funny that he can talk like that since it's really not like he's that far from his own father's tree.
See, now it's coming out, Doug. Look at this. We got.
Yep.
Was I the road manager on Almost Fit? Yes, sure.
100%.
And I look like I'm related to Lucas Nelson. Well, we do have a similar life choices. We will leave it at that. And ironically enough, for those who know, Lucas, I do believe, is son of Willie. Our father used to do an amazing Willie Nelson impersonation to the point where people
Maybe I didn't love
you
you.
remember Tom and Terry.
What
There used to
if
be
I
these
said that
shows
to
that would
you?
go around, and it would be like anywhere from 3 to 6 impersonators on a bill.
Mhm. Yep.
Dad was asked more than once to go on and do a
Gotta go.
Willie act. Because
Sorry.
if you closed your
Sorry.
eyes, you would not know the difference. It was insane.
Maybe I
I was just
didn't
going to
love
say,
you.
Amanda would not want to come to Collingwood during Elvis Week.
During
I
who?
have a buddy that does Elvis Week there, Terry.
Tweed,
And,
dude. We live near Tweed.
that would be because it was a Richard Petty
It
hat
was a
signed
Richard
by
Petty
Richard Petty.
Tweed has the biggest Elvis festival in North America. It's bigger than the other one.
See, now I just think Randy's sucking up.
Randy know what's good.
And I'm not sure if Kelly does. So,
Did no one know that I cut my own hair today?
Louise. Yeah, speaking of which, I should
I
come
cut my
over
own
for that
hair today.
haircut at some point because
I think I did a pretty good job.
mine isn't even on camera anymore. It just goes and goes. Look at this. Like I'm cut off on the top. I'm cut off on the bottom.
Ben, that's me when I was going through my cowboy phase.
Just hair. You know, when I used to mix sound for a couple of years, my look was a cowboy hat and a Hawaiian shirt. Doug knows the look very well. I'm surprised Doug hasn't shown a photo of that yet.
Well,
'Cause that's a look I rocked both at work and play, including when I worked for the military.
Nice.
try having to walk around with them.
You heard the enthusiasm there, folks. You heard the enthusiasm.
Ben, put up Paul's comment. That's so funny. That's so
Oh, yeah.
classic, Mom.
Yeah.
Maggie says to me, "Smell this yuck. What's this bad shrimp? Okay, if you're gonna cook here, you have to know that no bad seafood." Dave just shakes his head and says, "You're for a treat." Mom would do that. Smell this. Smell this.
Which is awesome, like that was one of the things Mom was known for, which we didn't even touch on, is she did own Maggie's restaurant, even according to Nana. Even this is my son David's restaurant. No,
No,
see
not
the chuckle.
Mom.
No, this was Maggie's restaurant, and both
I was gonna wear my sweater.
and Paul Gravel were cooks at the restaurant, and it was basically probably Paul or Milt or Mom or Dad cooked your meal, basically over the course of a decade.
Yeah, it was
Hey,
it was
Doug,
it. It was
I got
awesome.
this comment.
Yep.
Everybody knew.
Yeah, and that was the perfect play. Yep.
Janice, just cut your hair, man. It's all good. Yeah, it was the place to be. It was
the
literally
place.
the place to be. Well, and
Yeah.
mom became the first female Rotarian in Trenton, and then became the first president, obviously female in Trenton. And then heard a really great story that Dad told me that I thought really shows the character that they both have taught us. So what they did was, as many Rotarian and Rotary clubs and many other clubs are, the people that get all the credit for it don't do anything. They throw money at things and hire volunteers, and that's what they do. And Mom thought, this is crap. That's not how it's going to go here. And we were never
doing it, Paul. That's why we're doing it.
Right. So she was in charge. Obviously, she took on the Christmas parade. So, there's always a Rotary Christmas parade in every Christmas parade. And Mom said there are no volunteers being hired. And they brought them all into the restaurant and had a meeting, and they handed them out a list. And, you have to go buy a generator. You get hammer and nails. You get you get the plywood. And they made all these old men get together and build the floats 2 years in a row while Mom was president.
Basically, a whole bunch of
floats.
business owners.
Like, we're talking
No, they don't know. The Rotary
really
Club is
big
largely
corporations,
made up of business owners in town.
factory owners. These people were millionaires. And she said, you need to pick up a hammer and you're doing the work yourself. You don't get to walk with the glory unless you do the work. And she made them walk the whole parade in the cold and the rain. And they were better people for it. And after that, women started joining Rotary because of my mom.
Wow.
Yep.
Nice.
Instead of being in that Rotary Auxiliary, the wives of Rotarian.
Yeah, no, that wasn't Mom.
No.
She also was very involved in community theater. I remember a couple of times.
Produced and directed multiple plays for community theater.
I remember it was a big thing for I was always rehearsing lines with Mom.
Mm-hmm. Going to rehearsals. Really involved we didn't have childcare, so Amanda and I spent countless nights in the Trenton High School auditorium while they rehearsed plays.
Dan Sullivan made a comment about fancy wine glass. Now, this is my mother's wine glass.
Here, I'm going to present you. Let's turn that off.
It's crystal. It's lovely. I should make it sing.
Nice.
So they had these for their wedding, and I broke one once.
Oh, it was on the corner. I was going to say it was a 50-50. It was either you or my ex that broke one of them.
No, it was Easter, and I knocked it off the counter.
That's okay. Doug would have.
I would. No. And Amy did break it.
There we go.
I wonder if I can make it.
A lot of things.
She is.
That didn't sound like a vote of confidence.
I don't think it's crystal. It's just glass. He doesn't sing. Sorry. No singing.
There was something else I wanted to
I'm really good at making crystal sing.
Another thing that Mom did, this is and the funny part is a lot of the stuff happened while owning the restaurant. Because when we owned the restaurant, it was a seafood restaurant. Who likes seafood, aka fish and chips? Old people. So 2/3 of our clientele were seniors. As such, every Monday, you could count on, say, 10 couples that are going to come in. Tuesday, 10 couples. Wednesday, 10 couples. Thursday, 20 couples. Friday, 30 couples. Every week, standing reservations, essentially. Why they didn't just keep them week to week. They would always phone in because, believe me, we both worked there, and I did everything from dishwashing to working the kitchen to busboy to waiter to host front of house. So organizing all this stuff. And so you get to know all these customers. And while she's doing that, she's also doing the community theater. She's also being a Rotarian. Let's even talk about the Association for Community Living.
Association for Community Living.
Who had Down syndrome / whatever, a lot of autistic, because autism didn't exist back at that time.
No.
The facilities that
Volunteering
from a group home to work placement, the Association for Community Living does a lot of advancement for that genre. And again, Mom started helping out. Next thing you know, she's on the committee, she's on the board, she's blah, 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 and she's running it. Like, oh, sure.
That's Mom.
Yeah, that's Mom.
Now, you have to remember, our mother was like 4'10". She was 4'10".
5'1".
Well, she started 5'1".
Yeah.
But she wasn't 5'1".
She was 5'2" when I was younger. Then she became 5'1" by I was in high school.
She became under 5 foot by the time she was not here. She shrunk. That's what people do.
My mom shrunk too.
Just to interrupt here, just to go back in the conversation.
Here it comes.
Amanda, close your eyes.
Hold on. Hold that thought.
Oh, this is going to be the one on Marshall's trailer, isn't it? Yep.
Freebird.
It's not like a.
Wouldn't that be Free Ben?
No. See, if you zoom out of it here, it's.
Amanda just puts puke in the
Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean vibe to it.
Do you like that, Tom? That's how I roll on vacation.
Nice.
If anyone remembers the show, that is Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben.
So that was the first year we were down south. So by the next year, I brought my girlfriend down with us, and Doug brought our buddy Wayne down with us. Wayne was awesome, by the way. I hope he's doing well.
He's doing good.
And
seen him the other day.
Good. Tell him next time you see him, tell him I say hey, because I love that guy. So we go down there, and that's when we start riding around on the golf carts, and all you hear is Canada, and they're like, "Who's that?" I don't know. Canada. Who's that? I have no idea. So, yeah. And yes, Sue. That's why Sue is also, she's called Mom as well. Sue, we met through the restaurant. Again, her family would come in each week to eat. And what my parents used to do is once the dinner rush of say 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. lull, once you hit that hump, you got the staff rocking in the kitchen, then Mom or Dad or both would come out and visit with our regular customers, which turned into friendships, which turned into Sue being Mom. And then we find out Sue lives just around the corner. Second Doug Hill there, Doug? The next road over? Heading towards Trenton from Hill Road. The second right next to it, where the Walmart.
Yep.
That's where Sue is. She's right there.
Yep.
And the restaurant was right at the other end of it, essentially Highway 2. So, and actually, the last road trip, we took Mom up for tests in Toronto. You remember, Doug, I was texting you that day because there's no place to pee in freaking Toronto. That's all I'm saying. You can't pee in downtown Toronto.
There's a bunch of alleys.
No, there isn't. They're all filled up with like cars parked and dumpsters.
With other people going pee in the alley.
There's that too. So Sue came along with us for the road trip, and so I dropped her and Mom and Sue off at the hospital. So Sue helped Mom go through her tests and stuff like that, and then gave me the text, and then I came pick them up, and we did the old drive back. So Sue got her poutine that day. Sue wanted some poutine, so we got poutine. So yes, it's all full circle tonight. It's awesome. Awesome stuff. Thanks, Randy. Paul saying hey to Sue. Paul's probably cooked Sue's food on occasion. I'm just saying.
Someday, Alex.
Paul is a musician as well, folks. Just so you know, if I didn't mention it earlier. And Paul plays guitar and piano, and I think he gigged with Dad on occasion in some way, shape, or form. Like, I don't think they played in a band together, but there was some kind of a substitution or maybe a benefit show where, there's a house band, they got up and they played together. I don't know what it is, but Dad's jammed with Paul, and I think I've jammed with Paul before myself. And there we go. See, now Kelly says, hi, Sue. Yeah, because cousin Kelly's from or lives in the Edmonton area. Hometown of Pete Thorne, just to keep it on guitar related. which is
want to say,
West Coast, right?
way that way, like
Alberta, right?
1,000 miles. Yeah, in Alberta.
just
And,
wanted to say, Ben.
New York to LA, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to say, I wish I got to meet Kelly last year too, but apparently I wasn't good enough.
Is your
Maybe
friend
it was
Mr.
what you
James
said.
On is coming to join us? Mr. James On. James Eyes On. Yeah, there he is. James On.
There we go. Paul says he helped our opening at the Queensway.
Cool.
Ben, did you see what the Queensway is called now?
The Queensway is closed completely now.
No, but do you see what it's called? As it's a sushi restaurant now. Do you know what it's called?
No.
Decent Asian Cuisine.
Decent Asian cuisine.
Jeez.
I have a picture of the menu. The menu's in the van. There's a menu in the van.
There you go, Doug.
What did I miss?
There's a place that serves
Kelly's so funny.
serves pho near me.
How much?
As in PHO pho. So it's called
I'll tell you when to stop.
Oh,
pho,
I can't drink that much.
and then they have a crown, and it's called King. So the restaurant is named Pho King.
Oh God.
But everyone sees it and they see the PHO and Americanize it and say, "Oh, it's Faux King." Like, no, they know what they're saying. It's not Faux King.
So
Ask
Ben,
Alex what that is. Alex, what is that?
with Amanda drinking like that, should I open the tickle trunk?
Pickle juice.
Oh,
Hey, did you
God.
know? Hey, wait, stop. Did you know it was Ernie's birthday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Wasn't it yesterday?
He would have been 93.
Wow.
Cheers to Ernie Coombs, Mr. Dress Up.
Amanda, have you seen the tickle trunk?
With me.
My buddy Corey's birthday was yesterday.
Show it, Doug.
Hey, Amanda?
She's not aware.
Have you seen the tickle trunk?
The real one?
I have to turn.
I've seen-
Check this out. Watch. Just watch.
Oh, wait a second.
And there's
Here's Casey and Finnegan.
We have
I don't
anything you want.
Jim Beam and Jack Daniels and
We have a 30-year-old bottle of
Irish
Galliano.
James. Real.
you know, Doug, that bottle of booze was probably there when Amanda stayed with you that weekend.
Probably was.
I don't know what that is, and I'm gonna have it, Alex Radford, because that is up my alley. I'm gonna go make a pickleback.
Pickleback Irish Jameson's.
Ben, look what's in the back.
Pickle juice.
What?
I just found something in the back.
Hold on a second.
Oh my
Nice.
God.
You're going to need that tomorrow.
So my
Expired
friend,
February 2010.
my good friend Linda Bradbeer is here. She said, "Yay, Mr. Dress Up." I don't think she knows that Mr. Dress Up is actually a distant cousin of ours.
All right. And I'm going to just one up Kelly because she says she named her poodle Finnegan. I tried to get Amanda named Finnegan.
I would have been a cute Finn, though, right? Finn. I could have been a Finn.
Hey, Casey would have worked.
I don't want to do it as a shot.
We already have a Casey.
It's already on ice.
Well, no, but that
Yeah, we have a
was it
Casey.
literally, Terry. When Mom
No,
told me,
but my
she's like,
initials.
Ben, you're going to have a little sister. I'm like, you can name her Casey or Finnegan. Your choice. Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. How funny is that? No, but my initials are ABC
That's right.
because it's awesome,
Nice.
and they didn't plan that. I'd love to say, yeah. See, I told you didn't.
It's just so it's easy to remember.
Yeah,
What could've
everybody
been
would
worse? You could've
recognize
said
every
that he wanted to be
Canadian.
named Tickle Trunk.
Every Canadian would recognize Linda's wife. Everybody would. They'd go, "Oh, I totally know who that is." Like Uncle Art, you know, like people would see Uncle Art and be like,
I have
"I
an uncle.
know that guy from a lot of things."
Alex put up the recipe. Said you do half to 3/4 Jameson, and the rest as pickle juice. But you can just take a drink and take a drink of pickle juice, go back and forth. I guess he means.
See, that's where you got wrong, T-Mitts, because I think he's referring to the goodies. We pick that stuff up down south and bring it back ourselves. Although I did find I can get goodies on Amazon now. Yes.
Now, do you guys have, like, for the short period of time I lived in England, you can buy codeine over the counter at any drugstore. Like,
That's another good story.
Close, Janice. ENG.
everyone just put codeine for hangovers.
Janice is a big
Shut
ENG
up.
fan, sis. They show it on
I have
cable in Connecticut.
I have two exciting things here because Linda said that her friend Tracy worked with Mr. Dress Up and organized his retirement party. So then Janice, okay, so then that leads me to stories about ENG and Mom taking, I don't know, because I'm assuming, Ben, you would have gone with her separately because
What?
I went to the studio with her a couple of times.
No, I
So
was on the show, but I was on location. I acted on location when I did the show.
and weren't you on My Secret Identity?
I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, I was on the show.
Weren't you on My Secret Identity? I was literally just talking about this today.
No, I was
thought you
not
were.
on My Secret Identity. Cousin Lee was.
Yes, but you were
I
on
know,
ENG playing like
I was not on with what's his name,
Jerry
what's his name?
O'Connell.
Jerry O'Connell.
But
yeah.
okay, so you were playing like soccer in the background, right?
No, Lee. Well, the thing was, yeah, it just happened that one day we were bored hanging out at the house in Scarborough, and I ran out of money because I kind of dropped like $50 at the arcade the night before, having fun. And so Art calls up. He goes, "Hey, what are you guys up to?" I'm like, "Not much." He's like, guys want to work as extras?" I'm like, "Really?" He goes, "I'm directing the episode, so I can cast whoever the hell I want." I'm like, "I'm in, Bubbaloo." And that was like in 1991.
Bubbaloo.
And the deal was you could get paid like $8 an hour cash, or you signed with the union and you got $16 an hour, but they cut you a check that you had to wait on. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to wait on that check. And then all of a sudden I became part of the ACTRA union. So I could have technically renewed my dues as a result, but they paid you a minimum of 6 hours. And I got paid $16 an hour to throw a Frisbee.
Yes.
Nice.
Literally.
I remember you get the checks in the mail. So anyway, okay, so Mom would take us to she'd take me to the studio. And then I remember first of all, the game show Jackpot was like right next door. Remember that game show with the riddles? And people would stand. There was like a stand of people.
That used to be on Global at like 9 a.m.
Yes.
I listened. That's what got me through electrical class in high school because we just listened to that the whole time because the teacher was like an idiot.
They go, Jackpot.
And the funny part too is that Canadian TV is so cheap that ENG, one of the higher rated Canadian television series, didn't actually have many sets. They just used, like, for the news office of the fictional TV station, they used the news office of the Toronto CTV television station.
Well, they were,
like for the news director's office, they used the news director's office.
So Mom takes me into the studio. Not only did she like take me in, first of all, I walked in, it was full of nuns, which is really funny. But she introduces me because I was really into fashion when I was like 9, 10. And she took me to the wardrobe department, and my mom was totally being a nana, and she's trying to get me a job there, which I almost was able to take, to be honest. I have an internship at like 10 years old on a TV show, which would have been hilarious. But when Mom would take us places, it wasn't like I'm dragging my child there. She always, I just had a memory. Sorry. I'm having like a flashback that she literally just said this to me 2 weeks ago.
Which reminds me of something I'm going to mention after. Yeah.
She said to me, I never treated you guys like kids. And she said this to me 2 weeks ago. So I apologize for the pause, but I literally just had this memory. So when she took us, it was like, this is my daughter. And I was like 9. Like I was a kid. And everyone treated me like an adult because my mom treated me like an adult. She never, ever.
Do you remember how many road trips we took to Toronto? And I know there was some where you were left behind because you were that young. Let's say you were 2 or 3, right? Like for those who don't know, we live approximately, let's say 100 miles outside of Toronto. Toronto is literally the most cosmopolitan city in the world. And Mom she grew up an hour or so north of the city and spent time, her family's from the city, an old family from the city. So we would go to the Ontario Museum, which is one of the top museums in the country. We would go there once a year. We went to the Art Gallery of Ontario. Again, one of the top.
But tell them how she'd do it. Tell them how she'd do it. She wouldn't tell us we were going. We would wake up and we'd be like getting ready for school. And she'd be like, oh, guess what? Today, you're not going to school. Surprise, we're spending the day together.
That's awesome.
Remember we went to Centerville? Awesome. Remember she took us to Centerville? It was a surprise. It was like a Thursday. She was just like, yeah, guess what we're doing today? We're not going to school. We're going to Toronto. We're like,
yeah, it wasn't a summertime adventure. It was usually fall, this time of year. Instead of going to school, Dad would drop us off at the train station, which was literally a mile from our house at school boarding time. So boom, you're on the train. It's 10 a.m. You're in downtown Toronto, because it's very similar to New York City. You get off the train, you're downtown Toronto. We'd hop on a streetcar or a subway. We're like, what the hell? Mass transit, amazing. We're in the big city. We went to museums, art galleries. Then we would go to the Grange to have lunch, which is this cool little, Toronto. It's this cool little historic house that's been there since like colonial days. Wow. And then we go to the Eaton Center just to walk around this famous mall and
go to Mr. Green Jeans.
And
get fried ice cream.
And get the
wait.
We blew the budget on the train tickets up. It was a walking adventure. It was a cheap thing. And
we took a limousine. Okay, she did this twice with me. She surprised me, and we stayed at the Royal York. Now, anybody who knows Toronto knows that that's like the most grand hotel.
It's like the Waldorf Astoria.
It's
the tip.
My mother loved that place. So she twice took me, just surprise, and she'd rent a room and we'd get room service and be in like robes. And she just, so you guys have to understand, we didn't have the money for that. We had not a lot of money. Certainly not enough to afford a hotel room in a fancy 5-star hotel, the fanciest hotel in Toronto. When we went to Indiana, she also got a room there. She also rented us a limousine to go to the whole airport together. Right? So also, my mom, and I have this, I thought I had the tape then, so I'm going to have it transferred. When my grandfather died, my mother, during Christmas, she rented the executive suite of the Royal York. So it had 3 bedrooms.
Because we all went
3 bedrooms and a lounge.
That wasn't the executive suite, sis. That wasn't the executive suite.
No.
That was the Royal Suite. That is
literally
that was
the top. I remember going there that weekend. You guys rented it.
And we literally had family and friends come in from everywhere because it was a 2-bedroom, the best suite in the best hotel. It was 2-bedroom because I had an adjoining room separate, which was awesome. And
we weren't that old.
No.
I
didn't even see you that day, Doug, because I took off for the day and I spent the day on Yonge Street hanging out with cousin Paul. Big regret. Fuck, what a nerd. Should have stayed. But yeah, and that's the thing. Mom would work her ass off 11 months and 3 weeks of the year to have 1 week worth of, I want to show my kids a little bit of that, what do you call it? Sophistication, glamour, whatever. Because when Mom was growing up, her early childhood, she grew up with a upper middle class. Like she had a housekeeper and stuff like that. And then, unfortunately, when her father passed away, the family did one of these to her mother and didn't have that anymore, and then became just regular old middle class. And that's when Grandpa came into our lives. We call him Grandpa because I'm named after him. And
he's Grandpa.
Yep.
we had a very interesting upbringing. So there's a couple other things that were okay. So since mom has passed, I am now befriended, I'm going to say 30 different women that she's worked with in the past that relied upon her for emotional support. My mother had
going back 50 years.
Experience with mental health at a very young age. Not hers, others. My mother was the person that everybody came to, which I'm constantly that person. But she was always very open about what mental health was and how to not judge somebody due to their trauma. And we knew this before even people used the word trauma. She also introduced us to different ways of life, being gay. We had an Auntie Jim and an Uncle Ernie.
Yeah.
That was something that was very normal in our world, that it wasn't weird.
Hey, let's give them a shout out because, Sue was a friend of theirs as well. This is a couple that was a gay couple for 30 years when I met them, like to the point where the University of Toronto that did a course on gender studies, they did a documentary on them because these were they both
worked for the CBC.
Yeah, Jim worked for the CBC in the accounting department in the closet because you couldn't work in the accounting department of the largest television network in the country, in the largest market in the country. And Ernie ran a theater. That's why which is funny, that's why they were such movie buffs. And they had the most extensive movie collection. They had a room in their home, which was just
they loved James
library of VHS tapes. Like they had everything, like literally, and they had a binder, and there were our own video store. You could go and you had to sign out.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
You know what they were? They were the first people to say they thought that I was so pretty. They thought I was supposed to be a model, and I was like, "Y'all are mental. Y'all are mental." But they were so, you're fabulous. They saw the fabulous in everybody. But what they did, there's another aspect of mom. She loved to play cards.
Yep.
Really big on playing cards. Not the best winner or loser.
No. Miss, I'm not competitive. Very
God. She would throw cards.
It's funny, Doug. Growing up, sometimes you'd think Nana was mom's mom.
Oh.
As much as there was this at times. Well, I'm sure
and you know what? And I've seen Kelly say something before. And the thing is that my mom always said about your mom was that there was two other daughter-in-laws that were the head of your mom in the family, right? So there was Uncle Kenny's wife Dodie, then my mom came along, and then your mom was the third.
Yeah.
And my mom always said that everyone was always afraid of her grandmother until your mom came along, and they all kind of was like, okay, she's gonna go because your mom put her in a place right away. Right?
She's like, nope.
And like I still remember like our grandmother being at the restaurant and wondering how your dad could cook. When did he learn to cook? And your mom was like, he's lived alone for like 10 years. Like he had to eat. Right, and it's just, it was.
There's a really good question there.
Like your mom was just always that one when we went down there was like the cool mom. She was more of a friend to everybody.
Yeah, Milt. I was going to say Milt. He had a few nights playing cards with Jim and Ernie and Sue as well, and that was the thing. Like growing up. And I think, part of it is growing up around the Mariposa Folk Festival and the whole arts community. We were, like liberal, but not by today's standard. Like gay, who cares? It
didn't matter.
No,
just be a good person.
Like we were so ahead of the time. Like
we were raised to.
We were always treated like adults from day one. And that was the interesting thing. Like I remember, like we go to family events, and Doug would be like, "What are you doing?" You know, like that's the adults. We're over here. And I'm like, no. And he's like,
No.
yeah. He's like, that's the way life is. And I'm like, no. And then I'm like, oh, shit. I guess, yeah, because Nana's running things. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were raised to not praise celebrity. Nobody was any different than we were.
Well,
It just happened to be they had something in their hand.
Because we hung around, limited, but we spent time around some celebrities, and you realize that was something.
And we were included.
Yeah, we were included, and Mom and Dad both want to show us, like, look, they're just regular freaking people. Like I remember, I'm thinking our good friend Andre. When the Tragically Hip broke, he's working at the restaurant as a waiter, and he's like, I want to meet the Tragically Hip so bad. And Dad's like, they're just some idiots from Kingston. Call them on the phone. They work through the union local. Do you want me to get you their phone number? As I have it, and Andre's like,
what?
Yeah, because
they're just people.
Yes, Kelly, I would agree. What I've heard, because I don't have a lot of memories of Joan, but there's a lot of, Mom and Joan probably got along very well.
I'm just like Joan. Apparently.
Awesome. And sorry if I missed anything in the chat, folks. We're just kind of rolling with it.
I literally am not paying attention to the chat. I would love to say that I am, but I'd be lying. I keep seeing different things. Okay, but there was one question though that I saw that I think Deja Voodoo asked was Mom superstitious? And not
what?
Okay. What I realized over time that a lot of my childlike behavior, I used to think all came from my dad, and it doesn't. My mother danced in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. My mother loved charm bracelets. Like, she didn't own one, but she still owned her old ones. She still wished on stars. She still, something good's going to happen if I count down from 10, 9, 8. She would. I'm
just going to throw out that a month ago, when you came over, remember, and then you were going to cook dinner for everybody, she wanted pescetti. Pescetti. She always still called it pescetti. And I'm like,
that's the dinner that I was supposed to cook that you ended up cooking?
Yeah, the dinner I ended up cooking for 7 people, because Amanda's like, I don't do spaghetti. Like, I'm not a spaghetti person. I'm like,
yes,
got it. Take care.
It's too difficult.
Thanks, Laz. Celebrities are just regular folks, and most would prefer to be treated that way. Exactly. That was the thing. Like, somebody mentioned earlier, Roger James. I knew him as Uncle Roger because we met him over eating Sloppy Joe's. Because he was in town for a gig, and Dad invited him over after
even still look back to Amanda's wedding, and everyone freaking out over your uncle Art.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not discuss that, but that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But whatever.
Well,
but exactly. He made a bit
that situation. That
he made a bit of a situation for himself, but that's fine.
Yeah, but still,
I'm sure he's not going to watch this. But
I'm also going to.
Martha Chavez might still be watching it, and she knows Uncle Art.
Yeah, let's put out the fact that Doug, being a real Coombs, I know for a fact, met up with Art at one time and had him sign his name several times on a piece of paper so Doug could cut up and sell.
That's awesome.
Wrong cousin.
I don't remember what it was.
Wrong cousin?
Yeah, I don't. It's not something I recall.
That was you.
No,
he doesn't recollect.
That's
certain time.
Maybe it's that other older cousin in our chat.
Yes, and that was all I will say about that night involving Art was the fact that Art and being an actor that spent time both in Toronto and LA and really wanted everybody to know as much, kind of sucked up the energy in the room. And Mom's just like, no, this is my daughter's day. And that was pretty much it in a nutshell. Mom, who loved her brother Art.
But he pulled me out of the aisle while I was walking down the aisle to hug me.
Yeah. Pulled her out of the aisle, Tom. Walking down the aisle. Pulled her out of the aisle.
I'm surprised she didn't throw straight elbows.
Drop the gloves, right?
Yeah, throw them both. We used to say throw them both.
I'm the higher road girl, though. I'm take the higher road. I'll
Because
always take the higher
I
rate.
know you probably got a nice hook on you too.
Oh, damn right I do.
She does.
My hands might be little, but they're strong. They're working hands. These are not lady hands.
But Tom, with a heart of gold, because my sister has punched me in the arm multiple times, and then after she goes, "Oh, was that your bad arm or your good arm?" And I'm like, "No, that was the good one." I'm like, "Okay." She's like, "Okay."
I always
but you
feel
deserve
bad.
Yep. Because
punch
I've
really
had
hard.
shoulder issues over the years, and she'd once in a while she'd nail me in my bad, like right under the shoulder, and she'd just see me just freeze up. She's like, "That was the bad one, wasn't it?" Yep. Are you borderline blacking out? Pretty much. Yeah. Like I'm seeing stars at the moment.
That's rough, yeah.
You know who's been great through all this? That guy.
Oh.
Yep. You know who's holding things down at the house? That guy. That's what's happening. I am doing a lot of. So here's the thing. I'm doing all the paperwork and whatever. When mom
Because
passed,
God knows I shouldn't do it, folks. Let's be honest. Should I do it?
No.
No.
No, I'm a banker. Kind of what I
And
do.
let's just quickly touch on this from Milt, because like here's a guy, Milt. I met Milt. We met Milt in 1986. I want to say spring of '86 when we opened our first restaurant, which was a smaller one, coffee shop essentially, and we hired this teenager named Milt.
Oh my God, I remember.
Apparently he worked there previously, so I don't know exactly, but the guy drove a little tiny, what was that, a Dodge Omni or something?
Oh,
And he
God.
seemed like a cool cat, you know. Milt had a little bit of a temper at the time, but he worked on it. That was okay. And Milt was a good guy right from day one. And let's be honest, Amanda,
Very smiley.
our two families kind of just did one of these. And
Yeah.
we've been friends with that family now for 35 years.
I was in grade 2 when I first met Milt.
Yep.
Grade 2. I know that because that's when it was the first restaurant at Pine Acres. I just realized if you look over there, that's where the actual camera is. Hey, how are you? I'm new.
Instagram.
No, but
The
I think
queen of selfies
too,
doesn't know where her
and
camera
I think Kelly will probably agree with this, is that in our family, especially from the Coombs side, a lot of them did look up to your parents. And
Well,
I think Ben and I have talked about this kind of.
Yeah, because our parents,
at least the ones that I was, because we know there's.
Will Varela's here.
Well, let's be honest. Our parents were the kind of the outlaws on both sides of the family. Like on mom's side, her brothers were, you had the actor, but he had success, so that's okay. You had the racer, Hall of Famer, that's okay. You had the school teacher, you had the city planner, you had the other, Bob was in media, and all had very successful careers. And we were kind of the outlaws. Like we were hanging out at the folk festivals. Dad had long hair, for fuck's sake. That's got to be mom's fault.
Well,
and mom's hanging out with the hippies, so that's got to be Dave's fault.
We didn't have a fancy house. We didn't have a fancy life.
You know what?
But you had love.
Nova.
Not to shit on someone, but there's probably someone on at least the Coombs side, that was probably to blame for any of that feeling, because whenever she'd went to the traveling circus came to town, it was
an excellent way to fucking put it.
It became that
at the bus station, right, Doug? At the bus station.
It became this person does this person does that. They do things this way. They it's so great there. That's all you heard.
Yeah.
So
see, all the grandkids totally figured it out.
Yeah, and I'll say at least the two younger sons in the family figured it out.
She totally knows.
But that's because Kelly drank wine with every meal. Breakfast, lunch, supper. It was like 5-course meal every time.
Damn straight you did, Paul. Damn fucking straight you did. Just saying. It's awesome that Paul's been hanging out the whole night. This has been awesome. And Sue and Kelly.
That's cool.
But
It's
yeah.
all right here. I'm getting all teary now.
Yep.
All right.
Go ahead.
You
Dennis.
guys are awesome.
You know, and
Before I drink anymore, I just wanted to let everybody here know how I'm so appreciative of the support that, Ben aside, what I've received.
Mhm.
The friendships that I have built. Okay, when Ben started on YouTube, how many years has it been now? 2?
It'll be 3 years in January.
No idea.
Wow.
He would be talking for months about YouTube, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't give a shit about YouTube. Like, nobody watches YouTube. Nobody I know watches YouTube. I didn't even know people. I just thought it was something you clicked on when you were Googling something and you ended up with a video. I had no idea that people even chatted on YouTube. I didn't even know it existed. So when I'm a mod places, I still don't quite get it. I'm just like, hi. I'm still me. Hey guys. Anyway, so Ben started his channel, and of course I'd go in there, and I thought that was pretty cool. And I watched Johnny Bean's show, and I watched Steve from Boston, and In the Blues. And I really got attached to Johnny Bean's channel because of the community. And the community was, at the time, the community was a very close crossover. So everybody we got to know really well. So there's a lot of original people that were original Johnny Bean watchers as well. But Ben also had his own other kind of extra group, I think. But anyways, it just seemed that to me, there was a big crossover. And which is why I'm always been so loyal to the Johnny Bean show as well. Because both channels, I have made such amazing friendships. Like, my best friend I've now met through YouTube. And I never thought I'd be that person that said, hey, I got friends with YouTube. Hey, how are you? Like, no, I never thought I was that chick. But, I've, to be honest, the first person that kind of like blew my mind was Brad Miller, which I just looked up and saw his face. And he sent me these Doctor Who necklaces. And I was like,
Right.
what the hell? Who does that?
I remember
There's
that.
normal people on here. And I realized that not everybody is a wacko.
At Rich's house on a Canuck show at Richie's place. I remember.
There's a few wackos. And the weirdest part is that over the years I've learned how to deal with said wackos and then still become friends with them, which is weird. But yeah, I am a YouTube
That's because
nerd.
one's your
Shut up,
brother.
Wayne.
Yeah, well,
Wayne's
you're
laughing
one
at
too
me.
now, dude. Mister, I'm on multiple YouTube channels each week.
Well, people are always like,
because you have
Amanda, you're
blackmail.
everywhere, and I really am everywhere. I enjoy. I am what chick? I am. Yeah.
Yes, and I did see we have Mr. Will Varela joining us late. That's awesome.
Yes.
Hey, great to see
So
you.
these people, I mean, everybody I'm looking at here, you know, I've had personal connections.
We talk to
with,
these
but
folks more than we talk to buddies down the
it's
street.
stupid. It's stupid. Which leads me to when we were talking about how our parents did not.
You know what?
They allowed us to think
kind of
celebrity was
sums it up
normal.
here for you, sis. You're that
What?
chick. You're that chick. You're that chick. You are that
Instead
chick.
of that girl,
Yeah.
That,
You're
that,
that
annoying
I'm
little
that
cousin.
rockin' chick.
Yeah.
Everybody
Wayne-
go follow me on Instagram and tell all your friends to follow me on Instagram too.
Alex said he doesn't even know his neighbors.
So, okay, so the whole reason why I'm saying this is it ties into one of the lessons that mom and dad always taught us was the fact that you do not need to idolize celebrity. And people will often question, why does Ben have the connections that he does? Why do we know the people that we do? Because I've now become friends with a lot of people. Why?
Right.
Because it's okay to be wealthy. It's okay to be famous. It doesn't make you any different. You're still a normal person. And I still don't talk to you like I'm hate. Like the amount of people that I know that you all know and recognize that are Doctor Who fans that I literally talk to about Doctor Who all the time. And I've met a lot of connections, but people would say like, oh, what were you, you were trying to climb the ladder. No, it just turns out we both like Doctor Who a lot. Or
I think Kelly's
hey,
on the sauce. I'm just saying.
right?
Yeah.
You just need to
And
idolize your older
it's
cousin.
great to see
She also forgot.
Exactly what I'm
fucking
going to do.
Believable showed up.
So the reason why I think Ben has become successful to me and to a lot of people at YouTube is a lot granted to my parents' attitude that they have taught us.
Yeah,
That
because
be who you are.
if anyone could ever say if I'm a fake or a fraud,
He's
the two
not.
people to my left, right, whatever, they could call me out in a fucking heartbeat.
Well, you know what, and that's
This
the
is
thing
exactly what he's
is
like
that-
all the time.
that
I
that
think this is what I'm
attitude
like all the time.
that attitude also did rub off on my father, which then came down to me,
Yep.
right? Because your dad did live with my parents for a while.
Yep.
But it became that with the family. And we're,
Yep.
you know what, I will admit, Ben and I talk about this all the time. Ben and I, other than this year, Ben and I only see each other once a year in person. And
Terry posted my link. That's
we're
nice
not,
of you, Terry.
and
Thank
even
you.
with Kelly, we don't see each other all the time, but we're probably the closest people
Post Terry.
that we have.
Yeah, and I did want to mention earlier, because I didn't want to interrupt Amanda, we have a new person in the channel, Queen Buduka, or Budika Radiant, was asking which guitar player we're talking about. Actually, tonight's show, I'm the guitar player mainly for this channel. It's my channel. This guy down below me, he plays guitar. The guy, Terry, he plays guitar. Doug, he can barely tune a radio. Sis, she's kind of working on it. And you couldn't find any guitar videos on Amanda's channel. No, not at this time. But tonight's show is dedicated to our mother, who recently passed, and that's what we're talking about tonight. We're just celebrating her life. Guitar stuff. There's damn near 700 videos on this channel, and 600 or so are related to guitar. And yes, Kelly says she misses Uncle John. I miss Uncle John too. Because Uncle John, it's funny because Doug, you say as much as my old man's a character, your dad was a hey, how you doing? Your dad, my dad would, and I'm thinking he always had that Grecian formula haircut, which I could never figure out. I'm like, how is Uncle John older, but he's not gray like Dad is?
You know what? Though, actually, you know, when you talk about it, then it becomes the way that they were together. We are now that same way.
Oh, Paul wants to know who Doug is.
Yeah, Doug is the son of John, who is
you can't tell?
The brother who lived in Waterloo, Kitchener-Waterloo. They used to come in the restaurant on the way to and from the coast, usually. Sometimes picking me up along for the ride. Going up and hanging at Doug's place for time. Because that's another thing. As business owners, both of our parents are probably working anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week at a restaurant. They were good at pawning off us kids. Like I'd spend a week with Doug in the summer. I'd spend a week at Lang and Yvonne's place in the summer, a week at Jerry and Aunt. That was 3 weeks. There was most of August taken care of right there. And you know what? I would not trade those experiences in for the world, because even like Doug, you just doing whatever you're doing at 14 years of age, we'd come up and hang out together. We'd have a couple of things that we had in common, like skateboarding or something. Yeah. And then all of a sudden I was exposed to Waterloo life for a week.
Yeah.
Thanks, Queen.
Actually, well, if you would have noticed, it is the other way around.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I won't show that. You know, I almost posted that photo on my birthday greeting to you.
Yeah. So,
almost.
But yeah, it is, you know, I don't want to say it is what it is, but it kind of.
All right. See you, Brian Landreth, if you're still in here. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I really appreciate it. You're definitely a brother as well. That's for sure.
You're not Canadian if you don't say it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's the way of the road. To use a Trailer Park Boys reference.
Wow, we still got 49 people watching.
I just
Awesome.
looked, and we're like 2.5 hours,
Oh yeah,
Yep.
and it feels like
an hour maybe.
it feels like it was
What
just a couple minutes
happens when
ago
you
that
get this India.
we did that whole thing off the start. Which, if anyone is still watching from the start, I apologize, because if you said anything, I had it on the private chat, and I'm like, okay, nobody's saying anything. But I had it on the wrong comment.
Happens.
Yeah, and by the way, Tom, Randy sent me a text. He wants me to send his number to you. He wants to get in
Oh,
touch
cool.
with YouTube.
Yeah, tell them definitely. You
Yeah.
can send my number directly if you want.
Yeah, see, that's the funny part. Tom and I, we're basically brothers. I don't even have Tom's number in my phone. We've just always messaged through Messenger. Even though we've shared each other's numbers multiple times, I'm like, I should probably add that to my contacts.
Yeah, I keep trying to remember, and then I keep forgetting to.
And FYI, folks, I'm still trying to catch up on those super chats earlier. I do appreciate that. Jay Steen's been lurking. Awesome.
Hey, JC.
Now, see, Zach, I think that might that might be a biased comment. See, that sounds like something Cousin Doug would say. I'm going to put that up. He says, your Cosmo Fest video is one of your best videos. Would that be because you appear in it, Zach?
Well, you know what? I wouldn't say that about me, because apparently I just piss off the Euros.
Ooh. So, yes, Jay Steen's been listening. Paul agrees with Doug. It only seems like an hour. Awesome. Janice doesn't have international calling. That's okay. We could text. We can Facebook message, Janice. We're
Text is still international texting.
Well, you see, yeah, I added that to the plan because I actually pay $10 a month just so I can text with Americans.
Alex,
And that's, yeah, I did Americans for some reason.
Now, what if you do it through Facebook Messenger? Do they still charge you as a text?
No.
Oh, it's the workaround. There you go.
Bradford, next week's guest, says, I think Ben's interview with me is pretty good. Both of them. Yes.
Well,
See,
that
Terry,
said-
that's how good a time I had at NAMM. I did an interview with Alex on the Wednesday night of NAMM, and then I did another one on Saturday because I didn't know I did one on Wednesday. That's how we do NAMM. Unfucking believable. Yeah, I said it. I was going to have to watch a replay since I missed 2+ hours.
Oh, look what Rob from Tesi said. Do yourself a
He
favor.
likes doing
Get a 0.75 speed.
See,
So
I think he
wanna
does that.
show
I
you
think
guys
he's
something.
like, he has to do that just to keep it, with the Canadian accent, just to keep it so he understands things. Geez, look who showed up. I missed how you did NAMM.
Ryan. Hello.
Good to see Ryan in the chat. I assume it's Ryan in the chat. Good to see you, brother. Tonight, all things, celebrating my ma and then going off on tangents because, it's been a couple hours and that's fine. Watch Ben paint the guitar in double speed. Actually, Tom, you've worked on guitars. Terry, you've worked on guitars. You saw me do the refinish of that guitar, right?
Yeah.
I did not touch the electronics. Okay? However, I now have a left-handed volume pot. If you crank it clockwise, it gets quiet. If I back it off, it turns up. How the hell did that happen?
You didn't desolder the pot?
No. But somehow it works backwards now.
It seems like internally the trace gets switched because when you have a pot, your ground lug's always the same. If you connect, the other wire, whether it be black and white or whatever, on, so let's say 1, 2, and 3. It's always 2, but if you go 1 and 2, it's one direction. If you go 2 and 3, it's the other direction. So in case you ever need a pot reverse for a left-handed guitar, you don't buy a different pot. You just go here instead of there, or if it's backwards, the
So
other
it
way.
must be grounding out somewhere because literally,
and it's flipping it.
Yeah, not a problem, Doug. And so here I am. I'm going to play the guitar the other day, and I plug it in and I turn it up, and I got no signal, and I'm like, "Is the jack dirty? What's going on?" And I'm like, "Nah, screw it." And I didn't want that pop, so I backed it off. And then all of a sudden, I got sick. And I'm like, that is just, I have no idea how that happened. But I was like, what the deuce? So now I got to do a video on it because I was like, I don't understand it. But that's typical. I repaint a guitar, and as a result, the wiring somehow reverses itself. Perfect. Apparently, Ryan and or Steve is doing timestamps for the Swings podcast release, which, if you haven't already, I think they're closing in on either like 60 or 70 or 75,000. That's right, 1,000 subscribers.
Wow.
And I share a special affinity with those guys, and the fact that both of us are really into those Nutter guitars. We've done some promotion with the Nutter people. Brian Nutter, he's a great guy. And they like their pedals, and I get easily distracted by pedals. And I dig the community, and I really dig the vibe of that channel. And yeah, I've had some wine, I've had some moonshine, and some other things that I've done off camera. Sandra, Cindy 99 is the thing of the day. He says, Nutter guitars are rad. Damn straight there. I was thinking actually today, I got to reach out to Brian Nutter, and I know he's doing much better physically, so I'd like to get him back on the channel and maybe not be carving a pumpkin and showing up
that
late.
Would be awesome.
Because I don't remember, Terry, were you on that show? Because I started the show with Brian, and Brian wasn't there for the first hour. And we had somebody filling in as a co-host type thing, and then Brian showed up partway through the show.
I think maybe I had filled in for the...
Somebody did. I know somebody did.
Yeah. But yeah, he's been doing a lot better. I'm assuming I haven't followed him, haven't seen him much on Facebook, so I'm assuming he's catching up on all his.
Instagram. He's kind of watch if you really want to follow Nutter Guitars, follow him on Instagram, and it looks like he's back to building. Will Varela says, "Here's a little math: wine plus shine equals blind." Nice, okay. Good question. Deja Voodoo says, now that RJ has cleared some pedals, who has more? I bet you RJ still has more than me. What would you say, Tom? You know both RJ and myself. I bet you RJ still has more than me.
I want to do this way. He's a really humble guy, so I could tell you that, let's just say it's safe to assume that there's a lot of gear he gets off the air that he just doesn't put on the air. So he's not a gear hoarder. He just gets sent stuff all the time from what he's told me. So
I think he actually did mention that on stream once.
And he should.
Yeah.
Because
I know he's at, over 50 guitars now, and that's not by trying to collect. It's just by like, do you want to do a demo of this and keep it,
Yeah,
being and I'm not, and really needing them and that kind of stuff,
I don't know, if RJ's still watching or not. I know he was in the chat earlier, but for a guy who, for the large part, his demos are just strictly instrumental, no talking, perfect. I love him. Now he's expanded a little more. He's doing different things. He's doing some talking and they're just getting better. It's like, I don't know. He turned a switch a while back. Tom, you have to agree. A month or so ago, there's been something, and I don't know what it is. You know what it was? Ever since the release of his own pedal, when he did the Sus Mariosa demo.
Yeah.
The videos have changed since then, and they've been amazing. And he's a great guy. Like you say, you knew him.
He's a great guy and a better player. I'm sorry, what did you say?
You knew RJ before he was hot shit. And, he won't call himself hot shit, but I'm going to call him hot shit. RJ's hot shit. And I bet you he's probably 99% the same guy, just matured a bit.
100%. He's not any different. I mean, he's married and he's a homeowner, but same guy.
Amanda did the pickle.
More tattoos. That's all I could say. When I met him, I don't think he had any tattoos, at least no visible ones.
Nice. Queen's having a glass of red wine. Let's see. Plays free and loose with it like a champ. Yes. And I'll just throw it. Let's talk music for a sec. Sandra just posted the newest partnership endeavor. I should probably do a little shout out video for them. Emery Christ, his last name's Geyer. I want to say Emery from 10 Solo Music. Good friend of RJ's. He and I have partnered up, so check it out. And there's an affiliate link.
Cool stuff too.
He's
Like,
got some
you
cool.
can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, he offered me a Vola to check out. You know, but with international shipping, why should we each pay $100 just for me to check out?
Right.
And yes, see, I knew that, Rob. He says Emery Geyer is a buddy of mine. Yes, he's a good.
Wow.
He reached out a while ago, Rob, and basically doing a similar thing that you and I are doing. Yes, you should crack another bottle, Paul.
Oh,
I
that's a
totally agreed. Because we're going to go at least till the top of the hour.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
I know, Alex, because I
Wait,
played
wait.
your Vola.
I read this. Ben Volas, bro. I love
I'm
it,
not
man. I
tired.
hear him saying it.
Well,
Yeah,
And
but
apparently
Tom,
my family
funniest
is
thing
listening
about
to
that
this.
is Alex and I, we discovered each other around YouTube around NAMM 2019, we'll say, right?
Alex is a younger version of you.
Isn't he?
He is 100%.
Okay. Yes.
He's
So
he's like almost your son.
Alex goes live a couple I was going to say a couple hours, a couple months after NAMM. I don't know when the time frame was, right? Somewhere along the line, I subscribed to Alex. So Alex goes live, and I jump in his chat. So it's like me and Garguts in his chat. And he's playing this Vola. And, those who have watched my NAMM vlogs know how I do NAMM. So I'm looking at that guitar, Tom, and I'm going,
in a fog.
yeah, well, there's that. Yeah. And I'm like, that guitar looks familiar. And then he's like, yeah, I won this at NAMM. I'm like, dude, I played that fucking guitar.
You won that. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was great. And then, yeah, it was just
Those
awesome.
guys are both so nice.
And so, sis, what are you drinking? Jameson?
Yep,
Nice.
that's all I got.
Speaking of which, I'm
And I'm
just going to
almost done.
here. So, Dad mentioned I should, pick up you and Scott some gifts for the holidays. He's, which way? I don't know what he got. I'm like, I'm going to get Amanda some wine and Scott some rum.
I like whiskey. I like
Or,
sipping
you know
whiskey.
what? I'm going to get you some fun. Would you? Oh, speaking of which,
Hey.
would you guys like some of the good stuff? Because I could get you that
Yes, I know.
too.
And I
Okay.
would. I
just
have
looking-
a little bit. Actually,
Yeah.
I have a teeny tiny bit in the freezer still.
Oh, nice.
Looking, we did have one comment there, Ben.
What?
We did have one comment from the. I can't even say the motherland because it's also the fatherland for kind of us too. That Dylan from The Rock, Mark Dylan, I think his name is.
Oh,
Mark.
that reminds me
That's
also,
awesome.
Doug.
Oh, shit.
I saw Tubin in here. That's Chad Tobin. Okay.
Okay.
The Tobin family grew up one street over from our family.
Okay. Yes.
So funny.
One street over in Sydney.
In Ashby,
Like
we'll go
Grumpy
even
Mike.
closer.
Yes, in
In
Ashby.
Ashby, when our parents lived above the co-op.
Yes. I do
Which-
believe. Yes.
Which reminds me, you two have to come with me next time.
Yes. Road trip to the coast, sis?
Yep. Giddy
Okay.
up. Where are we going? All the way to Newfoundland?
No, not no. We're our parent, like we're dad's.
Get Breton.
Yeah, we're just going to go as far as our dads. We don't
Right.
need to hit the rock. You already did the rock. You lived there for a
Twice.
period of time.
I've did
I
it once
was there
too.
twice.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
you
you.
didn't live there, Doug.
Yeah, no.
I lived
Sick.
there. Did you
Well,
hear what they just did? They just
I
decided
lived there
that
for a
He's
week.
crazy enough to move there.
I lived there for a week.
I turned
Yeah, but-
19 and moved there.
Who moves from Ontario to the coast?
You know what they did?
Nobody. You
Hey,
move from
listen,
the
I have
coast
a special
to
I have a
Ontario.
special story about that. Is that
Actually, we do know one person who's now done that in reverse.
But lots of them
Mr.
come here.
Cote.
Yeah, but he was just repatriating himself. He's from
Right.
there. He went-
Yeah,
He
sure.
went back.
Okay. See, Kelly can come too. Sure.
Fine.
So listen to this though. Listen, when you're a Coombs and you move to Newfoundland, so the whole thing is that they take mainlanders and they make them kiss the cod and drink the screech, right?
They don't make them.
Mark
They
Bill-
make you fall for it.
Mark Dillon's still here, I'm assuming. So I didn't have to do that.
No.
So I
'cause
turned
you're cool.
19, but there was still an initiation. So I turned 19 and I drank wine out of the actual bottle on the plane because she forgot the glass and I didn't know you were supposed to have a glass.
That's
I'm a
something new
loser.
in there right there.
So I'm like, wow, out of the bottle. And so I'm hammered and it's like 3 p.m. and Brenda picks me up. She says, we're going to a party. And I was like, look, I'm going to get my accent. I'm going to get my accent back telling the story. Swear to
Here it
God.
comes, Doug. Here it comes.
It's going to come. Doug, it gets thick too. It gets quite thick.
I can get it too.
Yeah,
So-
so can I.
She's like, okay, so we're going to the kitchen party. And I'm like, okay, let's all go. And so we go to the kitchen party and all hands were there and we're like drinking Lamb's rum and Black Horse beer. And they played, this is why, Ben, in case you didn't know the story, this is why I like the song The Last of Barrett's Privateers, because they were playing it because Irish descendants are really big. Like, they still listen to Celtic music there, right?
Check
Shut
that
up.
out.
That's so funny.
How awesome
She
is
must
that?
have been a fine lady. So we're sitting around the table, and I said, do I have to get screeched in? Because that just sounds stupid. And I was like, I don't want to do that. That's not me. I'm sorry. Can I like bypass that? Can I cut through that red tape? Thank you.
Again, that's your mother talking. That's your mother
Oh,
talking.
I cut through red tape like crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
like,
married
no, that's
in.
not
I'm
happening.
aged in.
How else
yeah,
can I get this done? How else are we going to make this a deal? Anyway, so they made me sing. They said, because I was hammered. I was hammered since 1 p.m. and it was like 12. And they said, if you can sing the chorus to The Last of Barrett's Privateers by the end of the song, then you're in. And I'm like, cool. So I'm
And the
listening
year
to
was
song.
1776.
Oh, I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Like, right? God damn them all.
Yeah.
I was told we cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's
Which is funny because
privateers.
you know how much of that music is on vinyl or cassette or anything in our home growing up? None of it. Dad's
No.
like, I
I
fucking
love
left
it.
it there when I was 18. I don't need
I
to hear
love
it again.
I have some below the tickle
love
trunk.
it.
Your dad, Doug. Your dad was. Well,
So,
what about this band? Fuck 'em.
I got
Because the
screeched
amount of
in
times I'd
by
hear
singing a song.
goddamn Uncle John and his goddamn coast music.
Do you know how many people have gotten to do that? Not so much.
No.
Just saying. They make mainlanders do that, and I didn't have to do that. Just
So
saying.
there you go. We come by our roots naturally, folks. As you
Yeah.
they got to hear Amanda sing twice tonight. Kelly
Will
grew up
Varela?
on the East Coast music.
That's
See, that's the thing. Again, being the black sheep, Dad did not indoctrinate us to that at all. Outside of, unless John Allen Cameron was coming by and decided
Then
to
that is right, man.
bring on his guitar at our house.
Which
And
I
then-
would say
Tunes.
J.A. was a good friend of almost the whole family. Because I know
Yeah.
that he would take Dad in whenever my dad would meet him as well.
Well, you know why? Because all John had to say was, I'm Dave's brother. Right? And all you had to say is, if you were a friend's brother, cousin, anything, because that East Coast community,
Yeah.
right? All you
Yeah.
had to have is that 1 degree of separation and then your family. And
I had
yeah,
no idea, Kelly.
I remember
Brian's
your
here.
dad saying that, like, because you guys would go to the coast every year. Dad, fuck, he's like, I left there, been there, done that, you know. And you go to the coast, and
We've all
John would be saying, you know, oh, we ran into John Allen. Oh yeah, how's he doing? You know, blah blah blah. You know,
we've all heard the reunion story.
Is that Ryan or Steve? Is it 60 Cycles? Is that Ryan or Steve?
either way,
I'm
they're
just
both
curious.
good.
Yeah, but it could be Steve. Just ask him. Ask him for a friend.
It's Pirate Steve.
Well, you know, Steve could be using the
Jesus.
account.
Awesome. We
Here-
still have
Here
65.
we got a haircut.
I was like, is it Ryan?
Do that.
Is it Steve? I don't want to be like, hey, Ryan. And it's Steve. And then I feel like a dude.
I was just thinking though, because, like, Doug, your dad was such a fan of East Coast music, and when you guys would stop in at the restaurant and stuff, and again, we were treated like adults. We were sitting around the table. If we chose to, we could sit around the table, and your dad would be like, do you know this guy? Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I will take credit, Ben. You didn't come on this trip to our grandmother's funeral.
No, because I had to stay back to work at the restaurant. Right?
I will take credit for us getting there quicker, because I did have the Great Big Sea tape playing in the tape player in the car.
Oh, and that had
The first one? Was it play?
It was a full whole bunch of their discography on a tape, and your dad was driving. Your dad was driving, so I think that gas pedal went down a little farther.
Well, didn't he drive like 26 hours straight to the causeway?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
straight.
but when I was 19,
I believe, yes, I got the report in on that. Doug slept in the back seat the majority of the drive there, woke up, tried to sell Uncle Kenny some knives.
Yeah. My short stint as a Cutco salesman, yes.
You were a Cutco salesman?
Yes. Because I believe you tried, and God love you, Doug, you tried to sell on the old man.
Yeah.
I
And he
can't
went,
even do
I have professional grade restaurant knives, Doug. I don't need yours.
Hey, it was an easy $15.
Yeah. Look, Sis is doing the thing, Doug. She's leaving him alone. Oh. Come on, Tom, say something. Paul's getting pissed off.
Oh, that's
I just typed in the chat to him. I just realized that he was asking about it.
I can't believe I just found that out, and it's going to be on YouTube forever.
It was only
it
was like a couple weeks. It wasn't for me.
You're
Yeah.
just making it worse.
It's been the better part of 3 hours, but my dad does not sugarcoat anything with you.
No, and it's fun.
He
And
is
that's
straight and to the point, and if you have any inkling of ambition in life, he's going to point out every flaw in your plan.
yeah. And it's
I can't breathe.
I kind of do what I do, and it's interesting because finally I got the blessing of the old man. I think finally, after hearing him after Uncle Lang came over, Sis, that was Dad's like, you got to show him the studio. He made me play, as Doug calls it, play that squeaky squirrel or whatever it is.
Squeaky squirrel.
I just had to change the name so it could be used on another show as well.
Yeah. See, there you go, Alex. He's like, that's how my dad is. Yep. Well, and that's fine. Like, I remember when I got back into music, he's like, how much are you making a night? And I tell him, he's like, dude, I made the same amount of money in 1986. I'm like, yeah, but I'm having fun. He goes, yeah, well, there's nothing else to do but have fun.
Who just said that?
However, every time I would play a gig, I would either hear a yell from the bedroom at the old house, Sis.
Okay.
Or
Ben. Sorry, go on.
if she forgot, it was usually in the middle of load-in. I'm trying to load in gear. It's raining. It's snowing. Whatever. It's never good weather during load-in. You're trying to get all your gear in, and your phone's going off. And you're like, who the hell is texting me right in the middle of load-in? And it's Mom. Rock on, son. Every show. Rock on.
Oh, sorry, I got words now. I gotta snap. I gotta clap back.
What the heck was that? in the background?
Somebody's happy.
Well, someone said that I had enough for tonight, and I was like, as if. This isn't even
Okay,
close.
until you're like Uncle Kenny and wearing a colander on your head while playing the spoons.
And no, wait a second. And
Maybe you didn't hear.
inviting the priest over for a party and saying, this is not Father Francis, it's now Francie for the night, then yes.
Well, see, I didn't get that, Doug. We, Amanda and I, only had one trip to the coast, and Dad brought that guitar along for the ride.
Well, except for the 2 times that I went to Newfoundland and lived there for the 6 months.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to the Cape Breton. Cape Breton.
All right. Yes, right. Yes.
And there was the one night, it was
a
the
shit show,
Saturday of Canada Day weekend, and we're going to Buddy's cottage. Buddy that owned the seafood company.
That would be, yes.
John?
I didn't go.
No,
I was at the
no.
hotel room.
No, I'm looking at a Wayne Gretzky autograph stick that he gave me right there.
That's right, Sandra. That's
And-
right, Sandra.
It's a cottage up. Kelly, you may know. Had a
Put
son
jogging
named
pants
Casey. Had a son named Casey.
Yes, and I remember he had a framed photo of Babe Ruth in his
On-
living room. I remember
A
that.
big ass.
I was not there.
No, it was not Babe Ruth. It was Joe
Right about
DiMaggio's
it.
speech.
Joe DiMaggio.
Yep.
Okay.
His
Talk
speech.
it out, boys.
So the first
Eric
thing is
Dolan. Eric Dolan.
we roll over and we pick up Kenny and
Sandra.
Dodie over at their place, right, Doug? And it's about 4:35
I'm gonna go have a
p.m.
dart while you guys share the story
You do
about
that.
where I
Actually,
was
no,
not
we're on
there.
dinner time. Now, granted,
Go
this
throw a dart.
actually, you know what? It might have been the
No,
Friday.
Kelly, he didn't.
It is the Friday of Canada Day weekend. Canada Day being the Monday holiday, folks. So we're on the Saturday. We're on the Friday. Kenny says we got to show up with a bottle because it's the coast. It's Cape Breton. You got to show up with a bottle. We show up at the liquor store. It is approximately an hour and a half before closing time, Terry. You're familiar. You're in Ontario and you're familiar with the LCBO. Well, Nova Scotia has their equivalent. There is a lineup of 200 people outside the door. Okay? On a Friday afternoon. Screw this. We're getting a case of beer, Doug. Kenny's going to get a case of beer. So we drive the 10 minutes across Sydney to the beer store. There's a lineup of 200 people outside the beer store. Long weekend, folks. However, these stores are open tomorrow to purchase more beverages. Screw that. We'll never make it inside in time. We go back to Kenny's place. He goes inside for approximately 2.5 minutes. Comes out with an armful of partial bottles. This should do us.
Oh,
We
no,
go out-
no. But here's the other thing about Uncle Kenny. Uncle Kenny is that you want to have a drink, you want the shot poured, it's going to be 2 fingers. We're not doing 2 fingers like that. We got 2 fingers.
Yes.
And the
Jesus.
farther his fingers could go, that's the kind of drink you were getting.
See ya, L. Scott.
Oh my gosh.
So yes, so we get there we go. Ernie Boudelier, Uncle Kenny's best friend.
No,
Thank you,
no,
Kelly.
no.
No?
Ernie
All right.
Boudelaire lived up in Coxheath. Eric Dolan had the cottage out in Myra Gut.
All right. Cheers, Dan. Have a good one, buddy. So so Kenny shows
Bye,
up
Dan.
with the armful of liquor. Now, this is Uncle Kenny, who I've only met for the first time in person during this road trip. I think I may have just graduated high school. I think it was 1992 that we went down there. And Uncle Kenny, because Nana with her fucking propaganda, all I know about is Uncle Kenny. So, Mr. Trim and Proper, Mr. Clean Cut, okay? So he's got some armful of booze. We go out to the cottage. Now, my father, the black sheep, the musician, doesn't drink. So he doesn't have it. He's just having glasses of Coca-Cola. Freddie brought his guitar. Why don't you play a song for my friend? Sure. Uncle
What
Kenny
song
starts
is
pouring the
that?
2 fingers with a little bit of Coke just for color. Hell, even I had a couple of them. Holy shit. Woo. I didn't drink. Well, I did after that night. Next
See,
thing
you
you know,
didn't have the opportunity of being like a 13-year-old and having your first beer at Uncle Kenny's.
I wish it was beer, Doug. I wish. I would have loved a beer instead of this slightly diluted white rum.
I haven't had any of those
I
experiences.
can't drink rum. It's been 25 years. I can't drink it. There's a paper mug. How nice. Let's show that off. There we go. Boom. Mom was
glaring.
having a grand old time
Look
because
at me.
she and Dodie, sis, they had a couple of bottles of rosé.
Oh, I'm sure they sure did have a couple of bottles.
So they were good.
Hey, there's Sexy Bearded Viking Wizard, the badass hobby. I never
I'm
got to say his
sitting
whole name
there
before.
as a teenage musician going, okay, I've never heard any of these songs Dad's played before. And my father proceeded to play for approximately 4 to 6 hours nonstop.
Wow.
All the fucking hits, all the all-star performances. And what started out as clean-cut, short-haired accountant Uncle Kenny having a couple of 2 fingers. Next thing you know, Kenny's playing spoons along with his brother Dave and thinks this is just amazing because this is a fucking jam session, wearing a fucking colander on his head because he needed a hat. And he didn't have an extra hat to wear. And
I got whiskey nose.
after about
Yes, Randy, this is my
4 hours of
second.
playing, my sober father, who knew he was going to have to drive us back from the actual coast at the cottage or
And
whatever.
there's no streetlights on that road either, and you have to drive like almost a mile and a half through a bush to get to
All
this
he
cottage.
said to me was, and dude, I was bored that night. Okay, right? And Dad could tell, and he looked at me, and he looked at his brother Kenny, Doug, and he looked at me, and he says, "I wish you had a camera to take a photo for your grandmother right now." And that's Doug, that's when the change happened. When all of a sudden I went, "You're right. Nana needs to see this. The golden boy is shit. 3 sheets to the wind, and the fucking black sheep is going to drive us all home safely."
Hey Ben, put up there what Kelly said. Love dancing the jig. That one.
Oh my God, you're so funny.
Oh, you know what? And that's why I wish the 2 of you would have been there for our grandmother's funeral, because that was
We did have whiskey nose.
all the kids were there, and it was probably the last time they all got together. And yeah,
Fruitcake, Tony's going to bed.
See you
Hey
for
Tony.
good one.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. I feel like town crier.
Good night, man.
Yo. Fruitcake, Tony's going to bed. Ossified. Oh my God, Mark Dillon, he did not just say that. Okay, I have discussed this with several Newfoundlanders, and nobody seems to know when I say ossified. I can't believe he just said that. So when you're in Newfoundland and you're loaded, you're ossified. All hands went down. All hands went down to the bar. We all got like drunk. We all had.
All right, I'm just going to throw it out there. We've been on the air for a while because I can hear the old man waking up from a second nap since the show started.
Yes, it's almost 3 hours.
Yeah, and I'm having a great time.
Good.
That's awesome.
I
It's actually been
told
nice
Dad we're going to
having
go
a
late
meetup.
tonight. Oh, we shouldn't do that on camera. We'll just put that.
Don't do that on camera.
That's fine, Doug.
You didn't see that. You didn't see that, folks. Nope.
Abort
Now?
mission, abort mission, abort mission.
Rewind.
Throw those dirts away, Ben. Throw them away.
Wasn't that a model train you were working on? Like the
Yeah.
hull to
Dude.
a model train?
Woo.
Yeah.
And
said
just
the
realized,
back
we're 3 hours
before.
in. JJ still didn't make it. JJ was going to join us tonight if he had time. He's been out busy today, but he was going to try to jump in. So,
Well, it's still only
What, 8
Something
o'clock
must. Maybe he had a snooze.
Pacific.
Maybe he had a snooze.
he's a busy day, brother, but I'll try to jump in during the show.
Busy day.
there? Alex Radford said just vape. Well, you do remember Ben's nickname, Darth Vapor.
And
Leonard James gave him
Holmes
that.
says,
Leonard
is that
James.
frowned on in Canada? No, fully legal.
No,
in
he said Canada.
frowned on by YouTube.
Canada. I love
That's
that.
Steve, Ben. That's Steve.
That's Steve.
It's Steve.
Steve. All right.
It's my buddy, Steve.
And yes, 100% legal here. However,
The problem is
Somebody
Google
does,
based in the U.S. Yeah.
I just don't care for it on camera, and we've
No,
got.
I don't either. That's why I walked away.
Yeah.
Mandarin cookies.
Darth Vapor, yes.
Mandarin cookies.
I almost removed myself. No, I just meant to stop. the camera.
Tom, did you catch that?
Yeah, I caught
Oh,
that. Jealous.
dear Lord.
Oh,
Screw it. We're doing it now.
Here we go.
There she is.
Okay, there we go. Good. Hey guys.
it's my twin.
Hi.
It's my twin.
Nice to meet you.
Hi cousin.
You got your hair cut.
I did. I chopped it all off. It was driving me crazy.
I did. Yes,
Oh
look,
my
I did.
God, Kelly's
I did.
here. I'm
Wow,
so
Doug
excited.
too.
We're twins,
Yeah.
remember?
It was
We're
driving
twins.
me nuts. I just hacked it.
Okay, so
I'm so
you
happy
two,
to see you.
welcome back. Technically, cousin Kelly. Kelly and I did a show together during her
Yeah.
stay
Kelly.
with
Yeah,
us
we did.
with us last fall.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I remember that.
I
I'm
remember it
so
too.
happy to see you.
I know my cousins. I love my cousins.
It was
We have
awesome.
the best family.
We do.
We
We
do.
really do.
We have the best family.
Isn't it good to be able to say that?
Sorry, y'all. Gotta be jealous that we don't have any weird drama, but we really have zero drama out of.
Wait, I
I have 36 first cousins, and there's
We
no
have
drama
no
between
drama.
any.
Ooh.
Amanda, we have no drama. We just have the weird.
We do have weird. We have weird
What we
backstory.
lack in drama, we make up for in weird.
Amanda, you
All of
meant
our,
it. She had something
all
that
of our
matched
drama
James
sounds
Bond
like
that-
drama.
Oh, screw it, I'm going
Yes,
for more.
very
I'm
true.
reading that Queen Boudica Radiant. She's hilarious. No, I won't protest tomorrow. I'm literally like this sober as well.
Robot Master Switch, it's because I shaved the mohawk off. I did have it for a bit.
Aw, you guys are sweet.
You know, I was almost going to show the comb over photo. Can you believe you guys
God.
are older than me?
Oh my god.
I can get it quicker than you.
That is funny.
Okay.
Hey, Doug.
Will Varela. He's like, the bars must be empty in Canada since the Coombs family is here now.
I only drank.
Doug, you've let to produce any pictures of me yet.
Well,
I'm
new
curious
record,
if you have
4
any.
Coombs on one live stream.
Yeah, that's true.
I only drank on Ben's show, just so you know.
Yeah, really.
You know what? To be honest, I don't drink that often either. I've drank a little bit in the last week. I'll tell you that. But I went and got this when Mom was. Oh, it was like the Saturday when Mom was in the hospital. I went and bought this. I was like, "This is happening."
Well, sis,
I sent
how
somebody
many
a picture of that.
How many times did you go to a birthday party, a Christmas party, staff party, and Mom would say, because of her issues, I can't drink. Have a drink for me.
Yeah.
And it's not like Mom was some kind of a lush or anything, but she enjoyed
No,
the
Mom
literally
didn't.
festiveness
She
of
was-
alcohol.
You know what she was? She was an 80s drinker when it was cool to drink, but she wasn't a binge drinker, which, to be honest,
had the bar.
Social drinker.
she was a
Or the
social
bar.
drinker. Binge
Yeah.
drinking wasn't the same. Yeah, you know what, Mark Dillon? You're exactly right. And I'm the
Or
only one that would
actually-
cook that here, and it's not happening.
And Kelly could touch on this more the British way. Like Mom would hang out in a pub. Like,
Yeah.
Mom's beer of choice was Molson Export. She liked an ale. Like that's it.
Yeah, I could always order Mom an X. She'd be happy. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. That's our excuse, Paul.
Do
Actually,
you know what's so funny, Ben?
on air anyways too. And thankfully
Here-
we started that second channel, Doug, because that gives me an excuse to drink another night a week.
Here's a testament to your community. Is I'm looking at this whole chat, and I'm looking at how many people not only messaged on posts or whatever on stupid book face, which I'm never on, but personally reached out to me. Not
She's
only
a
like
mailer.
a sorry for your loss, but it was like a big long paragraph of like
Yeah.
you and your brother and all these great things, and I'm just like, are you serious? Like, and like all these people, it's crazy. Like
Well,
Laz
yeah, you
reaching
saw
out
it, like,
on
Like
Sandra.
after, what was it? Was it the day after you and I visited Mom? I made that video and posted it.
And I bawled
the
my face off in the hospital.
And and people are still watching it and commenting on it, and and guys like Terry and Tom who've hung out in the YouTube community quite a bit. They've, even when you and I were kind of for obviously taking a step back, the outpouring, like, and I saw this stuff on replays of live streams and stuff like that. And, you know, like, this is our family. Like, the YouTube community is very much, you guys, you're all our crazy.
It's weird. I gotta say, it's weird, but it's awesome.
I don't think it's so weird. I mean, my sister married her husband at a time when she wouldn't tell them at all. They kind of think that she met her husband through the internet, like through a dating site, and they've been married for I don't even know how many years now, and they have 5 kids.
You know what this community is, though, specifically on Ben's channel, is Ben's channel weeds out douchebags. So people come and they like come in the chat like a little bit, and they're here for like a couple of weeks, and then they disappear. We're like, yeah, screw you, douchebag.
People come in the chat, but I'll leave that.
People that what?
Nothing.
People people come and they stay, and they stay because it's a cool place. Like you guys all have to agree that you can't go into any channel and see a chat interacting the same as this one.
There's not so many of them, no.
A lot of the times they're trying so hard to constantly interact with the people on screen or the host of the show, and that's great, but people really find that this is like, oh, Ben's on, let's go hang out.
And you know what? I tried to do that with mine when I went live with the cornhole one. But
that's the thing, guys. With Doug's channel, you got to understand, it's not all cornhole. Come and hang out.
Yeah, but you know, I did those live shows, but people just wouldn't get into it. Like I wanted it like this, but it just wouldn't happen.
No, it will be.
And you know, and Doug, you and I, we've had a lot. Let's be honest, a lot of conversations about YouTube when you decided to get into it, and like you say, doing those live streams, and you're like, I'm trying, you know, and we were seeing it in spurts here and there, and you're like, what's going on? I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I honestly, it shocks me every week when I hit go live and that anybody tunes in, you know, like, because I'm just a guy, you know, and because again, and that relates back to what our parents taught us. We're just guys doing our, you know, and girls doing our thing, and you know, that's it.
That's what I was going to say, and you know, and cheers again to your mom.
Paul, I will definitely give your greetings and salutations. Believe me, I actually, I want to say Paul Gravel commented in the chat, like way early today, saying he'll be tuning in tonight. And so I told Dad earlier today. He's like, "Oh no shit, oh cool," you know, because Dad had told me a couple days ago he and Paul were talking. I don't know if it was a phone call or messenger or what. Dad's discovered video calling through Facebook. So look with Dad on Facebook. Look out. Just saying, Kelly. Just saying. You want to chat with Dad, you'll fucking talk your ear off for hours. In it for about 2.5 hours, and then he needs a nap. So just saying. That's the way it works.
Okay.
Weird.
That's true.
Yeah. That's
maybe we should just have Dad and Birdie Joe talk for a while.
We can go a few hours, and then I kind of need a nap.
Amanda, I have like 8 messages for birthday messages right now, and I was like, we could have another Coombs on this show.
No.
Barbie Joe's the sweetest person in the world.
Yes.
Okay, who's Michael Schenker? Who is this? Because if I don't say something. Huh?
Michael Schenker played with the Scorpions.
Oh. You play guitar? Lead guitar?
Yes. Well, a guitar player. Yes. I don't know.
I didn't really pay attention to the guitar players of the Scorpions. I didn't really pay attention to the Scorpions.
Yeah, and by the way,
I remember
Kelly,
there was a bandana and some sort of curly, greasy hair involved.
We're good. Yes.
I enjoy Scorpions. I mean,
that's close looking.
You apparently didn't want to rock like a hurricane then.
Interesting pronunciation. But
see,
cool.
Terry, you mentioned "Rock You Like a Hurricane." Every time I think of that song now, I think of commentary by, what was it, the Simpsons episode with Sideshow Bob talking about air shows, Oh, here they come, and they're gonna play "Rock You Like Her" again. I'm like, yep. And you know what? I thought on that was the exact same as when I looked at Doug and I said, "All we need is Lee Greenwood." And he said, "Wait for it."
Wait for it. Wait
That's
for
not
it.
the song. I like the
There.
other one. Was it like, what is it? The other song that sounds like that, but it's the opposite. Something Like You. I like that song. No
One Like You?
Like you. Yeah, I can't sing that right now because the house is quiet.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this is like 3 hours and 9 minutes, or 3 hours now 10 minutes, and I'm like my a whole bunch show.
Yeah.
I am gonna put. I told you, Ben, like, oh shit, like 12 hours ago, that I was gonna have
You're the
something
best,
musical in this show.
Oh, right. Yes, this is true. Let's throw it out there. Yeah.
Okay, so
Speaking of old, where's Mark?
because if anyone's watched the NAS Canuck show, all I do is talk. All I do is listen to Sirius XM radio.
Just people.
So
Just people.
You just mute yourself there, Seth.
So my music thing for this here is listening today. There was on Lithium because I've went back into the '90s for some reason lately.
Well,
They had a thing on. They had a thing on with Billy Corrigan, and I know he's a pompous ass or whatever, but still.
Can be.
So he says that they need to get back. They need to get away from the musician trying to be about the song that he's singing. They're trying to do that there because musicians are just actors plying their trade. So he says, like, you know, that he isn't that screaming guy on the stage all the time. So for the other people that are here, what are you thinking about, like, musicians need to be about just not being happy to act like the music that they're playing and just be regular people away from music?
I was saying,
Well, it's weird that way because, like, unlike other career paths, like acting, you're promoting your latest project. You're never, you know, and it's always a caricature, or stand-up comedy, which is a live performance. It's always new, no matter what. So you don't rest on your laurels. But as a musician, since you're always kind of playing your catalog, you could be young and pissed off. And then, 20 years later, you still got to be young and pissed off? Well, no, that's not how it works. So, I don't know. Like, if I'd rather see, like, guys like Billy Corgan, who, you know, you've been there, done that. If you come out, I don't expect to see that heartfelt angst. Obviously, don't phone it in, but
That was Friday.
I don't know. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. You know, and that's the hard thing is, like, you know, when you become the millionaire rock star, which good luck nowadays, but, you know, in theory, like, it's hard to get that angst and heartbreak and everything, because when everything's all of a sudden handed to you, it's kind of hard to have those same feelings.
Yeah,
That's
about
where the drugs
certain
and alcohol
things.
usually come involved, and that's why you get about 3 good world tours out. Somebody has to go to the rehab. So I don't know. As long as you come out the other side, then you have that whole awakeness, which and drowns you. I don't know. Thanks, Doug. Make me think. That was a hard one. That hurt. You should have asked that about 2.5 hours ago, probably.
What?
I forgot.
Yeah, thanks.
Because I was actually, because I talked to you about it, and I said, like, and I told you, I texted myself, but I was actually looking in our text that we've been sending back and forth today, and it wasn't there, and I just found it.
I thought Doug was going to play
Kelly?
something like a kazoo.
Yes.
Hey.
How's Kelly doing? Because I haven't talked to Kelly in a while.
No, doing good. Really good. Busy.
Good.
Yeah, settling into a new house. First Christmas in my new house. And I'm working from home and we're doing that till April. So I get up, work, I'm home. It's awesome. It's good.
Okay. That's give me a mom story. Give me because you two You two have had this little thing because of the whole social media and the whole inner Google thing. You and Mom reconnected some time ago. Like, I don't know when it was, but it's been a while.
It's been a few years, yeah.
Cousin Kelly.
Yeah.
You know,
No, seriously,
Kelly,
it was like
cousin Kelly drinks wine with like every meal, like breakfast even too.
Cousin Kelly.
brand, you know what
Cousin
Nana
Kelly,
said?
like,
Brand is
crazy.
medicinal. It's not
Cousin
drinking
Kelly
if it's
does not.
medicinal.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
She shops at all the best stores. Like she doesn't go to any of the cheap
Oh,
stores.
yeah. No, it's your Aunt Maggie was. It's like we were blood related. We had so much in common. It was crazy.
Okay, it's
So-
a little freaky
Yeah.
deaky, actually, to be honest.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
was
little
just so
weird.
bizarre because even like when I came to visit, and that day we would drive in all over the place into Bloomfield. So we're going for tea. We're looking at all these shops. We're doing all this stuff we love to do together. Like seriously, it wasn't like she was like a auntie-in-law. She was like my blood. We just had so much in common. Even our books. She sent me home with a fucking suitcase of books. With
Dude, you have no idea how much
the
crap you're
Maid
getting now.
and the Rose and the Filter. Like we have loved the same books. Just we're just like the same. I just loved her. She was
Grandmother's leaving.
Let's be honest, Kelly. Mom turned in. You would know. Mom turned into Nana when you like bring an empty suitcase because you're filling it up.
Hey, Brad.
Oh my
Yeah, but
God!
she didn't
She's
get,
like,
like,
look at the
she didn't get
jewelry.
moldy
What do you
chocolate
want
bars.
to take? Like she's like, do you want to take this? But even she did that when I was young because I remember I still have them now because you know how I always loved horses.
I'm like that.
And when I was a teenager, she gave me these China horses because I loved horses. We were visiting your house one day, and she sends me home with all these horses, and I've still got them to this day.
Yeah.
Horses.
That's Mom,
But
right?
she's always been like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you like horses? Oh, I have horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Nana
all
and her
these
white
horses.
chocolate bars.
And and I will say, that's one of the things
Doug
that
knows.
like Amanda, and especially over the last few years, Dad and me, we always like, as much as our mother would say anything about Nana, just slagging her, like, I'm like, you are her. Like don't
I told her
even
that. I
deny
totally
it.
told her that all the time.
Doug knows. Doug comes down to
You
Presqu'île
should
to
have
be,
seen her.
so Doug would witness it as well. And he's like, why am I leaving with shit? I'm down here camping. Like, what's going on?
No. I can trump this. Doug, and Kelly, when my mom would come into the bank, into my work, my daughter works here. There she is. That's
my gosh.
daughter.
That is
She
so
would
Nana.
stop and talk to all the customers in the lineup and be like, that's my daughter.
Oh my
And
God,
they're like,
that's
yeah,
Nana."
we know. She's worked here for almost 20 years. We kind of freaking know who she is. She's kind of freaking loud. Just saying. Because honestly, I'm like this as a bank teller.
Oh, she is.
I am.
But you know what? And I'm just gonna do a whole 360, 180. What you want to call it here, Doug and Kelly?
All the degrees.
I go into the bank. This one. Wait there. This one.
Oh,
That's
Amanda.
my brother.
No.
My
That's my
brother.
brother. He does the YouTube.
You're turning into Nana.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
God,
I'm-
I advertise the
literally
YouTube
seen
all
3
the time.
generations happen of it.
You're gonna be Nana.
I just love it. I just, I just smile because I'm like, yep, that's my fucking family right there. That's my fucking family.
But I never correct them, and I wait for them to call you David, and then I'd laugh my freaking ass off.
See, I'm fucking believable.
I'm fucking believable. Bye.
So, I'm just saying, it literally, yes, that's our family, folks. And
Yeah, my mom turned into her
We're
mother-in-law,
celebrating.
and that's hilarious.
like, all I know is if Mom's looking down, she's like, "Don't you dare say that!" And she's laughing,
God.
laughing, and she's doing
Yeah.
this. She's done this about 15 times tonight.
And she's slapping whoever's beside her.
Oh yeah, that
Probably
poor
someone
bastard
hot
next
that
to her.
died.
That poor bastard next to her. Yeah.
Smacking
Her mother,
John
I bet you-
Prine,
I
smacking John
swear, I bet
Prine in
you-
the arm, and he's like, "All right,
There
leave
we
me
go.
alone."
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. You're probably fucking right.
Yeah.
Smack
What?
John Prine
And
in
he's like,
the
"Leave me alone. I can't even play anymore now." Like,
Do you think Nana's
and the
watching?
jam session with Steve
Oh, yeah.
Goodman later
Oh, my God.
tonight.
Jesus Christ.
Nana's
she's
watching
Nana.
going, Nana's
She-
laughing and smacking Mom on the shoulder. Like,
She's doing Nana now. Oh my
Holy
God.
Yeah. How
They're
did this?
talking about my son.
If she is, I'm doing this.
They're talking about my son, everybody. Those are my grandchildren right there. All of those are my grandchildren right there. That's my Nana up there right now.
I'll tell you a really story that really was amazing to me. My son, when he was young, we thought he was just being, a little kid, and he kept saying he saw someone named Jerry. Well, my grandmother hadn't gone by Jerry in like 40 years, but her name was Geraldine, and so they called her Jerry. And so he keeps describing this woman he saw, every night near the head of his bed. And my grandmother wore a fake orangish red wig, and he goes, no, she had dark hair. So we get out all the old photo albums, of which none of them are labeled. First one he sees a picture is my grandmother, like in her late 20s, and he says, that's her. So my mom, her daughter does not believe this. So my son wakes up the one day and he goes, Jerry wants you to know that this was the car and model she drove in 1957, and she used to drive you to school and weave back and forth. And my mother said a chill went up her back. And it was amazing because my mom said that, there's a lot of people that have often said people, when they pass on from the earth, revert to the age when they were like in their prime, like in the late 20s, early 30s, when they were like really experiencing a lot of stuff in life. And I found it interesting, like that's kind of what my son was seeing,
And I just want to shout out here, Paul Gravel's headed out. See you, Paul. Love you, man. Threw that in the chat. Yes, anytime you're popping through, buddy, just hit me up. Oh, I'd love to hang out. He and I, we got to, it is one of those things of Paul. I'm going to say he's like halfway in age between Dad and me. Like Dad and I are about 20, 25 years apart. And I think Paul's about 10 years older than me. So, he worked at the restaurant. That's how I got to know him. And I knew him as a local musician and such. And so I had an apartment shared with a roommate that also worked at the restaurant. I don't think Doug ever made it there. It's best you didn't. That was a den of it. It was bad. It was just wrong. And then Doug just leaves because he doesn't want to hear the story, and that's fine. But
Because he doesn't want to play something.
Yeah, so once in a while on a Friday night, me and my roommate were working at the restaurant, and Paul's working in the kitchen. We're both waiting table, or I'm hosting, and and he's like, "What are you guys up to tonight?" "Oh, we're just hanging out, might do a jam, whatever." Blah blah blah. Paul's like, "Mind if I pop on by?" I'm like, "Come on over," and it was fun. I would say it's memorable, but we had a good enough time that you don't remember. So that's good. And there's Seth feedback.
I almost put my headphones on my head.
See, I'm
Where'd Doug go?
Yeah, well, it says device is not connected. And then I tried to add him back regardless because I thought we could do kind of a security cam thing. It says your guest will need to connect their freaking shit before I can add them.
Maybe he just lost
What can we say about Doug?
I may have paraphrased. I don't know. Or Doug, he probably, he broke the seal. That's his problem.
Yeah, take a leak.
I switched to the higher tech with the wine. So I knew tonight, I was going to drink beer, and I went, you know what? Probably not. We're going to go late.
I had wine, but I was encouraged for whiskey.
Here's a question for Ben and Amanda.
Dear Lord. What is it, Terry?
Did your mother have a favorite snack like?
No, that's Dad. Dad
I love me a passion flaky.
What's passion flaky?
Mom was red licorice.
What did we always get her at Christmas?
Oh.
Pink.
Now, what is that, Terry?
Pistachio.
That's
Passion flaky.
That's a passion flaky.
What actually is it? It's
okay, hold on. I can describe it. I will describe it. That is probably an apple raspberry flaky. So that has very.
Is that even real food?
It has a top layer of very puffed pastry. Usually, it has like a big hole in it, And then on the bottom part, there is a layer of apple raspberry jam on a very puff pastry, dry puff pastry, with a nice layer of white icing. And then they stick them together. So some people like to take them apart.
They're
And then
messy
use
as
the
hell,
one
but raw.
piece to scoop and eat. And Terry, I want to punch you in the face so you have a flaky.
I only caught half.
I might have a flaky. I might have one.
Okay, here. I'll be accommodating for the American folk.
What does it taste like, Amanda?
Except they're not called Swiss rolls.
It tastes like
They
awesome.
have- you know, they have different names depending if you buy them in the U.S. or Canada. Same with the
Is it
caramello.
bad? I wish.
Milk bars.
Dang.
John.
Okay. Just got to throw it out
Please
here.
get
Apparently,
Vash on
Laz
this
knows
sponsor
the
the
answer
show.
to this. That is Mom's favorite dessert.
Mm.
And the reason I say that is because he says, I asked her last Mother's Day show with Ben.
Awesome.
So, you know, it's nice to know my Hungarian homie knows more about my mother than me. That's nice. I'm just
She loves
And I think if I remember, she said something to the effect that she was like, "Oh, if I'd have to think about it, yeah, cheesecake." She was pretty quick.
Cheesecake.
She knew.
But I will say,
My mom
yeah,
liked everything sweet. She loved apple pie with old cheddar with it.
Ooh.
Slices of old cheddar.
Yep.
Anything that was British, my mom was into. So she was like, she
she was
mince meat,
such an
like,
Anglophile.
We had dessert every meal when I was
she didn't
visiting.
have diabetes for no reason.
My 16-year-old son
It's
has
true.
autism, and like to keep his ritual, he needs to do certain things. So he knows enough to manipulate me that part of his ritual is he has to have dessert every night. But he's smart enough to know he's working that in because he wants dessert every night.
Oh,
My father likes dessert. Dad likes dessert.
Yeah.
Ben knows that I have a ritual when I eat as well.
well, let's be honest with this. Since you've hosted most of the family meals the last number of years, when I beg off dessert, the dirty look I got from our mother.
Wait,
Because I go all in on the meal.
Okay. I got a question then. If she hosts all the meals, why is it I've only had KFC when I've been there for meals?
Oh, no, I hate it. You know what,
I
Doug?
remember I had KFC at your house in Ben Miller.
Doug, you know what?
KFC.
When COVID is over and the next big meal happens, your family is coming to my house. And you will have one of my dinners. Yeah, that sounded creepy.
And she'll
How
give you
about a
KFC
fry
again, just because.
I'm not visiting the basement.
Oh, the basement's
We should
here.
get Swiss Chalet like Nana did.
Yeah. We'll just, yeah.
No, we're not. We're not. If you see my Facebook, we are not having Swiss
Kelly's
Chalet.
dying.
I'm laughing. Every time we went to visit Uncle John, we went for Swiss Chalet. Every single time.
And
Doug,
you must
why
drink
did you
the
even
Swiss
go to that
chalet
other
sauce.
location? Why would you go to the Weber
Because
Road?
it's 2 minutes. Because it's 2 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
let's
Weber
go to
treated
what-
your parents like you're VIP
Why not?
for life.
I know.
Yeah, but-
Yeah,
For life.
exactly.
Come on, like
oh my
this.
God, your dad's ass must be in the booth.
Yeah. Come on. No. I'm just remembering the last. Now, Kelly, you'll love this. The last Thanksgiving at Nana's house. No food prepared. We decide we're going to get takeout. This guy's dad over there. Let's get Swiss Chalet. Like, it's a brainstorm, this idea. Like, holy shit. You'll never heard of it. Okay. So, all of a sudden, let's be honest, both John and Dave had enough of their mother that they said, we're going to leave the wives and just let them deal with Nana for a while. So they're going to leave to go get the food and be the men and bring home the food.
Awesome.
Now, this is around 1988, I want
I
to
feel like I
say.
got to go.
Fortunately, Sis, she was too young. She had to stay. You know, she was 10. She had to stay with the women.
Is that what I did?
But
I feel like I was,
fortunately-
but that's okay.
Was
On the
that
way
was that the
ashore-
Thanksgiving or the Easter?
Well,
No,
it
I think,
doesn't-
it was
Easter,
I think it
no.
was an Easter. I think it was an Easter.
okay, it was
it was.
Easter. Sure.
Because I have a
And-
really
and-
fond memory of that event.
And no food. You know?
Fond memory.
As John heads out the door, Dad looks at Doug and me, because that goes back to the treating like an adult. He goes, hey, you two, come with us. All of a sudden, Doug and I get to go on the road trip to get the food because we're
That's because Ben had just been tortured because of me.
Yes. And Dad's like, coming with me.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we got, because all I remember is we got like food for all of us. And there's like Dad and John in the front seats. I think John was driving. And Doug and I with laps full of Swish LA. Like we were just covered in, we had to get in the car first. We're just covered in Swish LA. And for those who don't know Swish LA, it's a roasted
so much
place. So we had like quarter chicken dinners and all this stuff. This stacked up huge bags of Swish LA. And we got home. We got back to Nana's, and we're all full of, oh, isn't this wonderful? John and Dave saved the day. Isn't this wonderful? Cooked, essentially, you know.
That's awesome.
You sound like that. You sound like that.
You know, because that had been after, and Kelly, you
so
you were the first wave of it. We were the second wave.
Yeah.
Because we went in there, and the question was always asked, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Oh my God!
Shit.
Yeah.
And
Abort mission.
me knowing
You're cut off.
No, accidentally brought up volume and stuff.
and me being the smarter older one would always say, ask Ben.
Older by 6 months.
Ask
Older
Ben.
by
Ben.
6 fucking months.
Ask
Take
Ben
the children.
first. Because then Ben would say, I want to be a rock star. And then she'd fucking lose it on him. And the question would never come to Amanda. So I
You did it
saved
to piss her
Amanda
off.
from a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
Like,
And-
Amanda
and
was
let's be
super
honest.
smart, was going to
No.
say some wicked answer.
And,
No,
and
because Ben
I was
wanted
going
to be a
an
rock star.
anthropologist.
And she would lose it on Ben wanting to be a rock star.
That's awesome.
yeah, but
Gonna be a
the
good
great thing
anthropologist.
was actually, I think the Cape Breton trip, I was still in high school. I was, yes, it was my summer after grade 11. And I wanted to be a rock star by then. And Nana would say
Yeah,
that
you did.
still, 16, 17 years old. What do you want to be when you grow up? And I'd say a rock star. And she's like, no, you can't. You got to be like your Uncle Kenny, the accountant. I'm like, the fucking dude with the colander on his head last summer I saw. Just for the guilt. Are you fucking kidding me? That totally, no way.
That, and because she'd always ask you to come over to her. And you knew if you come over to her, your cheeks were going to be like in pain for like ever. So she would say, if you don't come to me, I will give your gifts to Ben. So Ben took a lot of gifts because of me. I got nothing.
And for those who have watched the Father's Day show and they know Dad's been a musician and he doesn't play anymore because of his tremors, Nana also had the tremors. So when she pinched your cheek, it was full vibrato. And I date back to 1992 when Nana came down with Bernice and Ray for a visit. And I had my all 4 wisdom teeth out not 3 days earlier. And I looked like a chipmunk. And Nana was like, you're going to be all right. And I just stood there and God love her. God love her. It was shortly before she moved out to Edmonton. So I
wish she was getting Alzheimer's then.
And Uncle Kenny came up for that visit too, because it was weird. It was fucking Bernice and Kenny, because we're in Ontario. We're in the melting pot. And all of a sudden, Kenny looks at me and he does the $20 handshake.
Oh, I love
my
the
God, I love
$20
the $20 handshakes. Those were the best.
Right? And for those who don't know,
I'm going to visit Uncle Kenny. I'm getting money.
Dude,
I was like 30 years old getting that handshake.
that was awesome. And bam, all of a sudden I got a $20 bill in my palm. I didn't see it happen. Uncle Kenny was the king of the greasy palm. Can be Uncle Kenny? Sure.
That was the accountant.
Kenny might have been in the Sydney mob. I don't know. I can't say. He had the Brill cream,
Part of the Bacardis.
Doug's dad, John, the younger brother, Fredo, I don't know. He had the same thing with the Brill cream, and John had
Fredo.
too, so he looked the part full on. So I think that the Sydney mob might be a little Coombs in. I'm just saying. I'm not saying what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Man.
They did. I don't know.
Remember,
if
he
they
had his
still-
name on the door of his car. They had the names on their doors. They had like their Kenny on the driver's side door. It was in like.
Yeah.
They had their
And
names
all I
on the
know is
door.
I went to, I think it was what, his 50th birthday party, the night that the Jays won the World Series, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we? At the fucking Cape Bretonners Club?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we were. I remember that.
Okay, and your
You
dad.
and, you and I were DJing. You and I were DJing that.
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
Take to the next thing, baby.
Oh, this is Huey with
Take
your
to the next thing.
I don't know this crowd. Oh,
I
yeah,
want
we're
to rock
DJing.
right now.
And
All right,
Doug's
listen up,
dad,
please,
Mr.
down.
Doug, is
I'm
holding
not
court at the Cape
internationally
Bretonners.
known.
But I'm known to rock the mix.
And then
Put up
all
a
I
little
heard
video.
was,
Comment.
all I know is Doug's dad is holding court at this club. He owns the Cape Breton Club. He's the man. And then there was a falling out, and I went, well, you know what? That was the different family, apparently. I don't know, but, and then I saw it, and I'm just going to say for the Coombs family alone, like, when your dad passed, sir, I was at those wakes, and holy shit, the Kitchener-Waterloo region's like, that's the man.
That was the wrong day to break in new shoes.
Oh, I remember John taking me to that club, that little Cape Breton thing, the East Coast Club. Jesus, going there at Christmas time.
Just another place to drink normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Doug being Doug.
Siobhan's
he-
laughing at me.
I tried to get us out of there. I tried to get us out of there.
Well, yeah, because we're there, we're hanging out, we're doing the thing. Because remember, Amanda was living in Waterloo at the time.
No,
I
yeah,
came
no.
up because mom and dad
Kitchener.
still had something
Big
going on.
difference.
I don't know if he still had the restaurant at the time, but
She
I
was in
came
the
up
slum
early
part.
to represent the family, whatever. I don't know what the hell I was doing there. Who knows? And Doug's like, see that guy? He's blah, blah, blah. See that guy? Blah, blah, blah. See that? Like networking, if you will be. I was just like, all
Why
right.
wasn't I
And
involved in
that's
that?
when I saw that Doug Coombs was a chip off his old man's block who knew everybody that you needed to know in around the whole situation.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That's where I thought the Cutco knife salesman would come in handy.
Oh my God.
Kelly, did you know that?
No.
She was watching the show when I said that before.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, and I did the 60 cycle home. It was that night, Joe Carter, because that was the thing. We were watching the World Series, and I remember Dad coming over to me, and he's like, "You having a good time?" I'm like, "Fuck, I'm hanging with Doug. We're bonding." Like, it was the first time we had seen each other in a few years. It was great. And he's like, "We got to get across Toronto, and the Jays just won the World Series."
Oh, God.
That was
So we have to
93.
Yeah.
Somehow, so
Wasn't that 93? Because that was the year I lived in Mississauga. Because
Yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Josh was one. And I lived in
92,
Mississauga for a
93.
year. And that's the year they won the World Series.
well, that was the thing, because all of a sudden it was like we went up. I remember because it was a milestone birthday for John. So Dad and I came up.
Actually, the way our family does it, we don't do it on the exact time.
oh,
My
fuck
dad
no.
would have been 52 at the time.
Yeah,
It wasn't
there
his
you go.
50th.
Yeah, the milestone 52nd birthday
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
Because I think Amanda, I think you were there for like 62 as well.
What?
Yes,
Yeah, I think you were there for his other surprise one. You and your
Yeah.
dad came.
I didn't go. Amanda did.
Uncle
Or
John?
he picked you.
Wait a
He
second.
picked
How
you up.
could Amanda go if it was in 62?
No, it was. He would have been then.
I would have gone if I was living there for sure.
Yeah, I think he went and picked you up.
Yeah, for sure I would have gone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where was it?
Yes, because you were living up there at the time, and that's why you had gone.
Because you
off.
guys actually went to the wrong place. I had to go pick you
Where
up.
was it?
It was at the one arena. You guys went to a different one.
Because that's my dad.
Did we go to the Odd?
No, one of the ones in Waterloo.
Oh. Is that when we went to the ceremony?
No.
We went to the ceremony on the ice for your dad.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was
You
later.
know,
on.
I
That's
think my
kick ass.
son had a couple of Wild Billy pops. I'm just saying, it's just.
No, I'm just trying to remember. 'cause Dad went to a
Yes,
different
that's
arena
right.
at that
Absolute
day.
mayhem. Combs are time travelers.
I saw that too. Yeah.
I was like, did we go to some function after?
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Could've
That's
been.
our family, like spur of the moment. You know, like our father can say, "Hey, what are you up to today?" And
Wanna
or
go back in
today,
time, or like,
tomorrow.
yeah.
What are you up to? Not much. Boom. We're going off to a family event. We're representing, our little portion of the family, and you're like, "Oh, I thought you needed help changing a starter in a truck or something." Like,
The thing is, all you have to remember is that our family had Ben's metal band play at the reunion that we had. Like that's what
That was awesome.
family has
a
that
good
with a
time.
bunch of 7-year-olds in the front row just rocking out to.
well, because let's be honest, on both sides of the family, both mom and dad are the babies of the family. So when it comes to
I
a
like
family
Fred talking
reunion,
about that.
Yeah, that's true.
you're talking to cousins that are basically the same age as your parents at times, and all of a sudden you're like, okay. And Pam and Curtis, they're into music a lot because we have that little subset in the family of music has always been there. And she's like, why doesn't your band play? I'm like, sure, we're playing a festival in the same town that day. So we played 2 gigs that day. We played the reunion, and Doug is just like, because Doug was one of the few family members that had been on board with me joining this band. And he's like, let's see how this works out. And he's just like, got his phone ready with the camera. He's like, this is going to be awesome. Because he's just waiting. He's like, it's either going to be great or it's going to be the most epic redneck failure. And then we start playing.
That was awesome.
I think what made it the epic
There's
redneck
no
failure was
fastest
the.
runaway.
I think the epic redneck failure was the satellite dish fire pit. That was also in the courtyard.
Well, there is that. Yeah, there is that.
That's
I missed
awesome.
that because literally we played, we ate, and we had to leave. And
We played, we ate, we left.
Also, my camper being in the backyard as well too.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be a Time Lord, lads. Duh.
And I remember, cousin Pam hosted that. Poor Pam and Curtis, Kelly. Poor Pam and Curtis. And, Pam, she supported the band. She came out to see us play one night. That was interesting. Yeah. Well, we opened for Anvil that night, for those who don't know. We were opening for
God,
Anvil. And
that's so
cousin Pam
funny.
came out for that. And I'm like, God love you for doing that.
Yeah.
And she's like, so what kind of music do you play? And I'm like, it's heavy, but we'll play acoustically. It's going to be heavy metal unplugged. And the band rolled up. I got there first. Doug looked at me just grinning already because he already knows the shit show that's about to ensue. He's just loving it. You could see him. He's loving it. And so we get there, and about 20 minutes later, I get a text, and the band's rolling in. And our band pretty much looked like a heavy metal band. Like we dressed the part, we looked the part, we were 100% in. And Pam comes up to me, and she's like, I assume the band does certain activities. Could you please do that behind the chicken coop? Because we have a lot of here.
That's awesome.
Not a problem. However, again, being a daughter of the coast, we realized we were supposed to have a case of beer for the band. I don't know why, whatever it was. We were supposed to have a case of beer, and the band didn't have beer. The band doesn't have beer. So Pam, even though she's hosting the family reunion, gets in the truck with probably my bass player and says, I know the closest place to get beer. Boom. They're gone for about half an hour. They come back with cases of beer.
Oh, see, that's Uncle Kenny's daughter.
This
So they
is
can go home.
Yeah, she understood. And they were, appropriately put on ice and such. And then, we got up. We played our set. There's Uncle Kenny right down front. Oh, dear. You got to show that, don't you, Doug? Yeah. So here's me playing the family reunion unplugged. Complete.
Les Claypool playing acoustic.
The Lemmy.
It's also the farmer from Paw Patrol, if you're not familiar with that show.
It was a deliverance.
I was playing that very guitar right there, the vintage Martin, Tom, for your at the family reunion. Yeah. And so we had done sound check, right? We did a sound check. Doug would, he knows. We did the quick little sound check, and I walked over. I'm like, who could tell us if we sounded okay? We can't tell. We're up on the stage, aka the front porch. I asked Doug. He's like, I don't know. Sure, thanks. I walk over to Dad. Levels okay. He goes, yeah, sound all right. He's busy talking with his siblings. Fine. We get up. We play for an hour plus. We get off. We do our thing. I walk over. I say to my father, how was it, Dad? He's busy talking with Bernice. He looks over his shoulder. He goes, I fucking told you it was okay at soundcheck. And we're back to his conversation with Bernice.
That's awesome.
That's great.
That's Pops. Keeping it real.
That's funny.
Okay, so we lost Sis. That's okay. We lost Terry temporarily. That's okay. We'll go a couple more minutes. I want them to come back. And then, because Doug says, we should probably wrap it up. It's been the better part of 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, it's almost midnight for you guys, isn't it?
I don't care. I told the old man, we're going late. Thanks, Zach.
I don't work till Wednesday.
Oh, nice. I just got to crawl out of bed, sign on by 8:30, and I'm good to go.
Tom has to do some kind of a day job where he has to switch his audio settings. That's your little reminder, brother. And then he's going to switch back. Tom's going to co-host Canucks with Guitars with me tomorrow night because that's better than me being all blurry on my own. I'd rather hang with Tom. Speaking of which, Tom, I meant to text you over the last, let's say 2 weeks since you've been co-host. Welcome. If you see any news items or any points of interest you ever want to bring up on the show, by God, do it, because I have zero content to provide these people. Okay. I'm just saying. Not to put you on the spot or anything.
No, you're good.
Terry's just like, I have to moderate this. I don't want to moderate this.
If you want any pointers, I have to do that every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night, I have to do that.
I'm just trying to read that.
Doug texts me 3 p.m. on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday. Have you watched this past weekend's races? Working on it. 5 p.m. Have you watched it? Working on it. But
good,
then,
because I forgot to record the race.
Yeah, and then it gives me a hard time. We're about to go live.
Do you know where I can watch the race in the next
hour? I saw
hour?
the highlights on Twitter. I saw the end. I know who won. I'm like, oh, really? And then he just proceeds, because he's a Coombs, to pull content out of his cavity on a regular basis. And that's why I love doing that show with Doug. So check out NAS Canucks on the YouTubes. We're upwards of like 45 subscribers, and we've had as many as 4 people watching.
And 4 viewers. That's right, 4 viewers.
And one is me, there's Tom, Terry, and some random person. We have no idea who it is because they have not said anything.
So please make it 5 for Doug.
We think we know who it is, but we're not sure.
That's awesome, Linda. I'm glad you're having an amazing show. And just in case if anyone's lurking and is new or anything, please subscribe. I probably should mention that like 4 hours ago, but
I always think like when someone shows up, if you have never seen their face, you don't know they're an actual person. I'm like, is there like 6 people who's really just one person in real life? That kind of freaks me out because it does happen, and it has happened to people.
I knew it. The closet lurker.
Oh, it's absolute mayhem.
But like Mayhem, we knew who Mayhem is.
His name is
absolute.
It's different when you like know people, but it always freaks. You know what I'm talking about, Ben? It always freaks me out when you're like, oh, that was actually one person who I thought was this person, and this person.
Yeah.
We think our lurker that we think we're going to have, I think he's going to be on the show at some point.
Okay.
Oh.
And to tease you, not to sound bad at all, but he is an African American male from military in the States who is the biggest Reba McEntire and Murray fan you will ever see.
Oh, he
Now
loves
that is
Anne Murray.
crazy.
Yes.
But what's the connection? He loves NASCAR?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I assume that was it, but
And as a
Murray,
veteran,
really?
we met him through the Wounded Warriors program that we help out with. And I mean, yeah, I'm going to say it. We help out with. 'Cause
Bye,
we fucking
Linda.
help set up the tents and shit. They roped us. Somehow they took 2 Canadians.
I love that.
That's Ben.
I got
that's
one for you, Ben.
That's because we forgot a hammer the first year.
Yeah.
We
Now,
borrowed a hammer.
That's
have you
your
ever
fault,
watched?
Doug. I blame you totally. And next thing you know, yes, you forget the hammer. And 4 days later, there's a photo of me in a Hawaiian shirt and a cowboy hat with the American flag, Memorial Day just flowing in the breeze. And
Harry. So
Harry, so Harry.
So much right here.
Amanda,
Why?
Amanda, I said
Feel it.
it's like the show Gentle Ben.
Lots. Still left.
All I remember, sis, you'll laugh because, you know, you've met Doug's wife, Karma, on multiple occasions. And Karma, she's a nice lady. You know,
Karma's a very
and,
nice
It's
lady.
real.
and after spending a week with Karma, she does have the patience of an angel at times, I will say.
That's actually her middle name.
Ben, is she real?
Are you
She is
serious?
real.
Is it
She is
patient?
real, Tom. And we, you know,
I mean, I can't say anything. My son's
Doug
name is
tried to
Ryan,
prep her.
so
Doug tried to prep her for the NASCAR race, and it was Doug, myself,
I don't know what you
but
guys
she doesn't
Karma,
watch NASCAR regularly.
Karma's son Grayson,
I need ice.
and Doug said Ben's going to let loose because Ben had become single for the first time in about 15 years.
So
So
you gave her a Ben warning.
he a
Ho, ho, ho.
lot, Tom, a
Ho,
lot.
ho, ho.
And you know, typical of road trips, as we touched on earlier tonight. You know, I started the drive, and Doug's out like a light. So Karma and I started talking, and she's like, "What am I in for?" And I'm like, "I, you know, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's me. You know, I'm nice, but I'm pleasantly inebriated at all times."
That's a very good comparison, actually.
So we got down there, and the first afternoon was okay. You know, I had been up all night. I didn't sleep. We ate food. We did the grocery shopping. We ate dinner. That was fine. We would go over to the man cave, and I got into the Mountain Kool-Aid, and that's okay. I thought I was polite, at least. You know, we all came back to the campsite. We go to bed. Get up the next day. You know what? Ben's kind of hangover. So he gets into the sauce nice and early, around 10 a.m. And the southern heat came out, Tom, and I'm Canadian, and it's mid-May, so it's like 20 degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than normal. So
I
out
took the outer sweater off.
I'm out there wearing a pair of jeans.
Duke and the outer sweater came off.
And Karma takes one look at the window at me, and I can hear from inside Doug say, "Here comes the sweater vest."
That's great.
Later, maybe that day, maybe the next, Doug decides, I'm going to go shirtless outside. He made it maybe 4 steps outside of the trailer and said, all I hear is, "No, you don't." And Doug said, "What?" And she's like, "You're not going out like that." And he said, "But Ben is." And she said, "You're not him."
But I'm also not the smallest guy there.
That's true too.
Or I'm sorry, I mean the biggest guy.
Yes.
Number
Now,
4 already.
granted, this was the same trip where previously I had canceled the previous year. Doug had gone down with both Karma and Grayson. Apparently, according to Karma, who I consider a very reliable source, because let's be honest, she's Karma, right? Apparently, Doug had upwards of 4 beers during the trip down there. 4. Okay?
With Ben, it
I
became
returned
cases.
the next year. Doug went through 2.5 cases of beer himself.
Why would you take your wife and child to NASCAR? That's what I want to
She
know.
wanted to go.
Right?
Who does that?
She wouldn't let me go alone.
Doug, no. Yeah, but the next year when I returned, she only became because Kelly fucking canceled.
Oh, that's right, because I
That's
started a
right.
job. I couldn't get time off work.
It's you.
Bus thrown.
It was my
Bus
fault.
thrown.
Yes, because Kelly said she had seen the
That's big time
photos.
right there.
She had heard the rumors. She had commented on the post. She had said, "You know what?
And
I want to
was
do
not-
that."
Was she not a demolition driver at one point?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Weird.
here's the thing, Kelly. You know, because as Doug likes to call me, the younger cousin, I wasn't aware. You know, Doug's all up on the family. He keeps an eye on everybody. That's like his father. He knows all the fucking family business. And I said, I don't really know Cousin Kelly. He goes, don't worry, you'll have a good time. She's one of us.
Yeah, and same with
She's
my
a good
off-roading
one.
in the mountains, off-roading in the Rockies, where I'm always driving off a mountain in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Exactly. He's like,
Yeah, she
it's
likes
okay,
that road.
because with our family, as Amanda says, because between both the Coombs and Rice sides, we have 36 first cousins.
We have a lot.
And so I have a handful of cousins that are reliable sources on the many cousins.
Technically, half of those are like second and third as well too.
No.
Well,
We
Nan-
have
yes.
Ben and I,
between
and our parents.
as many
Between
Coombs
Ben and I,
cousins
what
as
the
you
fuck?
think we have, Doug, we have as many on the Rice side as well. So
But wait a minute.
I know.
We're Nana and Puppy.
I had
Were
5
they
brothers.
second cousins or first cousins?
Ooh, I got the sweat.
In this corner, Ben and Amanda Coombs.
Good old
Ooh, what do I get
Newfoundland.
out?
Coombs, Mariner, Coombs.
yeah.
No, like,
So-
yeah, no. Wow.
well, here's the thing.
Kelly.
And I only have like a handful of cousins I reliably trust because I don't have the best memory because I've have certain life choices, you know, we'll just call it that. And so Doug tells me, he goes, because we have the cool cousins and then we have very, very vanilla cousins. And I don't really get along with the vanilla cousins. And then, but when Doug says,
I get along with
we need to
everybody.
be
I'm just
good
letting y'all know
and I'm
that.
like, okay. You know, so as such, fast forward a couple of years, all of a sudden Mom tells me Cousin Kelly's coming for a visit. And I'm like, all right, Cousin Kelly's coming for a visit.
Yeah.
Coronation Street 24/7.
That's how he said it.
Right. Yeah.
And then Cousin Doug is too good to drive. the
Yes.
2.5
Yes. I fly
Whoa.
4 hours on a bloody plane, and he
There's a
can't
two-way
drive.
street there.
All
Yeah.
the buses. All the buses.
Because he had to spend time with his child at
This
hockey.
is freaking hilarious.
Priorities.
Yeah,
Right?
imagine. Yeah, but let's be honest, Kelly. Imagine that a hockey tournament from that vein of the family.
Hey, Kelly,
Right.
what did I do? I got pneumonia.
Yes, and then you got sick. You couldn't do anything with us.
I literally got pneumonia and
You
almost
did.
died.
Yeah. You were sick.
It was a bad scene. That was the grossest thing in the world. Gross.
Instead, Kelly went house hunting with.
Yes, I helped Mom and Dad find the house.
That's right.
Yep.
It wasn't this house. It was
Gee.
another house.
Kelly, you
house,
visited
yeah.
me when I bought this house.
That's right. Yeah.
So if you want to buy a house, invite Kelly.
That's
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Apparently so.
You want to buy a house? Here's your girl.
Want to buy a house? I'll sell you a house.
Oh yeah, and just
Want
bring
to
it
get
out,
money? I'm a good.
Amanda, because you're the only one who can. Also on the right side of the family, cousin Siobhan here in the chat. She's one of the cool
Yeah.
ones. She's one of the cool ones.
Oh, I was like, why place? I was like, pardon, as if my
And
headphones
apparently,
were gonna get
we're
better as
that
I got closer to
entertaining
the
that
camera.
Aaron fell asleep and then he woke up in the chat and the stream is still going. So, you know, that
Oh.
brings me back to about 10 minutes ago when a third of the panel was missing. So let's wrap it up. It's been 4 hours and then
That's
we can
true. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah.
anyway. So that's fine.
Fine,
And we still
whatever.
have
Fine.
41 people watching. So first of all, or maybe
Let's skip it.
no, I'm going to leave you till the end, sis. Let's start
What?
with Tommy Boy. Tom, do you have anything to add tonight, my good man? You've been talking your head off all night. I barely got a word in. You're wearing plaid. You're an honorary Canuck. You know, my
He's a
mom.
lumberjack.
How's Tom doing? She would ask, and you would ask, and that's why you're here.
So I just want to address, I think it's rather funny, and it's not any offense to anyone in the chat, but people have this assumption that I'm super high, so I'm not talking or something for some reason. The reason
It's true.
I'm not The reason I'm not speaking is because I can be a very verbose person and I can dominate conversations. It's not about me tonight. So that's why I purposely have been quiet. There's nothing to do with anything else.
He's not super.
I appreciate
super
the joke
duper.
anyway. So I would rather hear
Oh,
stories
nice.
from, Ben and Amanda and, from Kelly and people that really knew Maggie. I think that's more important. So to answer your question, that's why I've been quiet as I can be.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Tom is my emotional support musician.
Can I come on the next flight to LA for free? Put a harness on me? No,
Yeah.
that didn't come out right.
Maybe we'll need to drag Tom to LA along with me. Oh my God, can you imagine, Tom? You
That
and me in
would
LA?
That'd be a
Just
wonderful
with
disaster.
that comment that Tom made about the harness, he's not playing cornhole with me.
Oh my god.
All right. On that note,
No
Terry,
easy badge for you.
Terry, my good man, we've known each other a couple of years now. I knew about you before I even started this channel. We've known each other. Let's say we've known each other more or less 3 years. I wanted you to join us tonight for multiple reasons. You've always asked Mom since we've known each other. And what you've gone through with your own mother passing approximately a year ago, you knew exactly what Amanda and I were going through over the last, I'm not going to say last week and a half, last year since we've known each other. You knew, because, not the same, but similar.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you joined us tonight, brother. And do you have anything to add?
I only wish that your mom would have stayed around longer because she was an awesome person. She did an awesome job to raise you to be how you are today. And thank you for bringing your mom onto the show because nobody would have ever known about her.
Thank you.
Beyond that, I think that you two did an awesome job caring for your mom, when it needed to be, and were strong and supported each other. So, that also made me very happy. And I was happy to see that you guys were able to handle it in the manner that you were able to. I know in my case with my mom, it was tough. The only thing I can say is as much as it's a bad thing to say, now you can have some kind of semblance and peace and go about life now, as I know she probably would have wanted you to do anyways.
Well said, brother. Well said. Well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was the thing. You and I, we've talked for years at this point. So, I do appreciate you coming on. Cousin Kelly, crazy cousin, what? All of a sudden, working behind the scenes, all of a sudden I get a text from Doug. He said, Kelly wants to jump in. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Don't contact me or anything. That's fine. And I blame Doug as well because Doug, we both know Doug has been a shit disturber since day one.
Yes.
Right? So, do you have anything to add, my lovely cousin of mine?
Oh my gosh, just that. Oh my God, I'm gonna miss your mom so much. I mean, we're just so close with her. Because remember, my mom died in '83. When I was 18, and so all these years. But your mom was close. I felt close to her like I did with my mom because they're so similar in what wonderful caring. I'm that unconditional love. No matter what you did, no matter how you fucked up, what decisions you made, you still had that love, and there was no judgment.
Yes.
It was just that, and I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss the connection we had, the friendship, and I'm gonna miss that so much. Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Yes. Again, where mom kind of turned into Nana, cousin Kelly. We got, and I can say that because I'm sure for the amount of times my goddamn phone, the landline rings, it's only because it's Amanda. Most of that, mom and Amanda going back and forth, whether it's text or phone calls or, I'm like, and then they see each other, and I'm like, geez, didn't you just see her? You just left her house. And then, sharing stories and bragging everybody up as only mom could do. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming on. Like Doug had said, jump on off air. And I'm like, no, come on now, please. Let's do this. And that it's just awesome. And Doug, you little fucking rascal, birthday boy, 5 minutes ago, you're older than me by 6 months, but you like to hold it over my head. The good cousin. Anything to add?
I don't know. I just answered some random freaking messenger message, and all of a sudden I was like starting off this YouTube show. But no, I always loved because it was always fun because we connected going back down to Charlotte to the races and that, and got closer, and it was always fun because it's almost like whenever we got back, your mom was always the first one there to want to know what happened, what we were doing, and I'd be getting messages, making sure I was looking after you, and I was like, I don't give a shit about him. But it's, she was always fun.
He's 40. Relax.
He's still got a full box. He's okay. It's good. But no, it was just, she was just always that fun person to be around, no matter where it was. She was,
how many times had that crazy road trip, right? 15, 20 hours, doesn't matter what time we left Charlotte. We always rolled into my place about 5:30, 6 a.m. And I still remember, my God, the first year I snuck back the moonshine. And you wanted to take home a taste as well. Remember? Because I had that single jar and you said, give me a taste. And here we are pouring off a jar of North Carolina moonshine. And we're both in our 40s, folks. 40s. Right? And we're pouring off this moonshine and we can hear the creak of those stairs at the house.
Oh, shit.
Right? And she's like, hello, boys. What are you up to? And you would think we're 13 years old caught smoking. And hi, Mom. Yeah, we just carried this illegal alcohol across 6 state lines and an international border, and we're just sharing it because that's how we are. We're family. And she just kind of looked and smirked, and she said, "Did you have a good time?" And we're like, "Yep." And she looked at Doug and she says, "Do you need me to make you some coffee for the ride home?"
No, I'll sleep on the way.
Yeah.
That's a Coombs answer.
Yeah.
But no, it's just, it's
yeah, and that's true, Doug. And those Charlotte trips, we went from being the cousins that meet up at the family events, like everybody, like Kelly, we meet up at the family events, to all of a sudden when we started this annual trip, based around that annual trip, turned into us texting every fucking day.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Bromance. I'll ruin that mood. I'll ruin that mood.
You got to cheer me up one last time. What was it? Carm always says when you're sitting in the driveway in your truck talking on the phone.
Well, she wants to like who I'm talking to. It's like I'm just talking to Ben. It's like for that fucking long. I was like, well, we're talking. Whatever. It's like 11:30 at night. I'm on my way home. I'm calling Ben because there's something we're going to talk about for the NASCAR show. And it's like, oh, was that fucking NASCAR?
And he's like, you'll be up.
No.
Exactly.
Do you guys have the commercial? They used to play one near where I live, and it was about the insurance company. The guy sitting there and his wife's like, "Who the hell are you talking to at 3 a.m?"
Yeah.
Like, it's Jake from State Farm. It's like, who the hell are you talking to for 3 hours? It's Ben.
That's actually
sure it's Ben. What's he wearing? A flannel and some jeans.
A bunch of hair.
A beard, really long hair. Yeah, I'm sure it's fun.
Yes, deja voodoo.
Janice,
As much as Doug and I didn't hang out in our 20s, we made up for it in our 40s.
naughty 40s.
30s.
All
We
I can say is-
we started that shit in our 30s.
Yes. Yes, technically in our 30s. And thank the baby Jesus, as they say, that Mike Kleban only lives 1.5 miles from Charlotte Motor Speedway. That's all I'm fucking saying, and it's an easy drive home. Any law enforcement officials are watching, thank the baby Jesus. It's an easy drive back to the fucking speedway.
I always love when, very dramatic pastors say, "Thank you, baby Jesus."
Baby Jesus.
It's just like such a new spin on it.
From
Hey,
Superman.
Baby
Mary Joseph.
Jesus.
Jesus, Mary Joseph.
So there we go.
Jesus Christ.
That brings us to us, little sis. Little sis.
You want me
Anything-
to go? You
I
don't
don't
want?
know.
You want to
Wait.
go last?
Have we covered it all at this point?
So far,
I think Mom would be happy. I think we
I
covered
think
it.
Mom is very happy. Mom always wanted to be impressive. Everything she did, that's where I get that from her. She did her best. She tried to look her best. She was just.
Don't half-ass it.
She always tried to present herself, and she wanted to be impressive. She wanted to be considered a classy woman.
Right.
She said a very good. My mom was never flashy, and she was certainly never over-sexual.
No.
And she made it very clear that you did not need to be that way in order to be liked or whatnot. She set a very good example for me as a woman that you could be cute and still strong. I spent the last 36 hours of her life with her. I spent the last, I'm going to say 7 hours alone with her. I was in the complete control of all of her care in that last time. And she heard every message you sent. Anybody from YouTube that sent any comment, my mother heard. I read them all to her. I ensured that she knew that this community thought she was important. Every comment, I haven't responded to them all, and I can't because stupid book face is just irritating. So I'm just not. I can't. There's like so many. But every single person that would ding, well wishes, Amanda. I go, oh, look, so-and-so sent me a message. They said well wishes. And she heard every single one. And, and you took that, it sounds silly, but you took that 10 seconds of your time. 10 seconds. You didn't have to spend. And to me, that means something. And to other people, they'd be like, well, so whatever, it was 10 seconds. I was like, yeah, but you could keep scrolling. You didn't have to. You didn't have to come here tonight. You didn't have to sit here and wait for this whole 4 hours while we all reminisced and acted like fools. You didn't need to be here. You didn't need to be a part of this community, but you did. And you took my parents on as your pseudo YouTube parents. You've taken me on as your pseudo sister. I don't show up on camera very often. Maybe I'll do that more in the future, but I don't do that very often, and it's really nice to see you all. Here I am. And I just want to let you know that anything, that any relationship that you're feeling here, we all feel the same. And any message you sent, that actually meant something to us. And Ben and I discussed it. We literally were rambling off the names of people that we heard from. And anybody else that heard us would have thought we were morons, just rambling off YouTube usernames and sounding like idiots. It's like, oh, I heard from so-and-so. Oh, I heard from so-and-so. And to be honest, I'm going to be honest that there is there are certain people that I met through YouTube only that are the only reason I got through that night. The only reason. Extreme support. I'm not naming names, but you all know who you are. And you had extreme support. And in fact, if it wasn't from one of those viewers messaging me, I wouldn't have been awake to see the end and be there. So if it wasn't for YouTube and it wasn't for this community, I wouldn't have had the experience I had. And she went off peacefully. She went off gracefully. She went off with dignity. She was impressive. And she went exactly the way she needed to go. And that was my job. And that's all I have to say about that.
Awesome.
Damn, I gotta follow that? Crazy. This is fucking Monterey, and Hendrix just set the fucking guitar on fire, Tom. And I'm the fucking who?
I know. Like, all right, Pete, get on stage.
God damn. Yes. You said it very well. You did. The outpouring from the community has been amazing. Love you all. Some of you have reached out on damn near a daily basis, you goddamn bastards. You're poking and prodding. Some of you, I'm not going to name names, who says, fuck it, I'm going to talk NASCAR to you because I need to take your mind off things.
Sorry.
You know what, John? We're going to do that. We'll do that. Wow, 4 hours in, I didn't think I'd get like this at this point, but thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Just love you all. And Tommy and me will be back tomorrow night. Do our thing. And thanks everybody that, I don't know, just thanks, right? Hold doors open and all that. Love you too, Aaron. I saw your message there.
That all came from Mom.
So, love you all. Cheers. Thanks for tuning in and the kind words. Love you all.